yes, I mean, I think that I'll obviously leave it to you to in terms of the audience. I think it's best for our purposes this book to organize this. Generalist audience. A lot of the journalists will be sort of journalists, reporters, generalist journalists. But so you know, and there'll be a whole different range of people. But I think journalists. Yes, I mean, okay, well, so the title of this book is How Monopoly Grows and I'm sorry, I'm talking about Alison. Oh, right. So it, you know, and we see
Yeah, so maybe.
We are sort of
That's fine. You guys are speaking first, so I don't know about the issues.
Yeah.
Yes.
First panel.
Yes.
This is the
Order.
it's good. We did a we did
And yes, and you know the timing.
yeah. Yeah, so. Well, we did, you know, we had to,
It's like 45 minutes.
keynote. Everyone else, yeah. You know, we actually, we had a couple years.
Each 5 minutes.
That's what we replaced.
So no,
That's your biggest target. Yeah, she lives in Brussels. It's still not quite.
Yes, I think 5 minutes each. That's I know she's coming up on train.
She is the first.
I'll grab her. She's aware that.
She's the first person on stage. Really good. I'm sure she.
Yeah, she replied last night. Et ici le sol. La mathématique n'est pas
Yeah, we also have, there's a lot of people who have requested today.
Lisa, how are you doing? Very well, how are you? I did just see you. Yeah, good to see you as well.
It is. Everything.
This is more than anything they get. Contains what?
Yeah, no, it's, like you said.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Oh, what is it? See, I just said there is, yeah,
Hello, everybody. My name is Barry Lynn. Can everybody take a seat, please? We're going to start in about 1 minute. And
Hi, good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Audrey Cochran. I'm the Executive Director of SOMO, which is the Center for Research on Multinational Corporations, one of the sponsors of the event. So I'm delighted to be here and delighted to see you all. SOMO does what it says on the tin. We work on corporate power, and we have done for decades. But only in 2021 did we put monopoly power and market concentration as a core pillar in our strategy. And in some ways, in the intervening 12 months since we did that and made that choice, I've been absolutely amazed that it took us that long to do it, given the scale of what's happening. We saw the symptoms of great concentrations of market power. We saw the symptoms of monopoly power. And we saw the data, the growing concentration across almost all sectors. But we didn't connect the dots, and we didn't realize this had to be tackled as a root cause issue of really highly significant importance if we were going to be effective in challenging corporate power overall. So we've been delighted that the Balanced Economy Project, people like Barry, to start to collaborate with people who have such a focus on this, and to be able to be here with all of you today to talk not only about the scale of the problem and how it manifests itself, the really serious threats, and how we can make that more clear to others in the human rights movement, the environment movement, the corruption movement, as well as the corporate accountability and monopoly power movements, how we can bring this together, but also how we can talk about what we need to do and what's possible to do in terms of solutions and addressing the problem. And I think we'll talk a lot here also about, in the European context, competition law, both in its interpretation and understanding in the 21st century and how it can be implemented. So we're looking forward to a really, really rich discussion. So welcome, and I will hand over to my colleague, Max.
Yeah, welcome also from my side. My name is Max Bank. I work with Lobby Control, a lobby watchdog organization based in Germany. And well, I could say this is really an exciting momentum for us to have this event on monopoly power and how it threatens democracy and security. We have been working on corporate power as well from the lobbying perspective for decades. And it was only like 3 to 4 years ago when we started working on the lobby power of big tech that we said, okay, we're not going to solve this with better lobby regulation. This is one way to make the institutions, the political institutions, more ethical. This is one way to go, but we need more than that. We need to tackle monopoly power itself and market concentration itself to solve the democracy issue. And that's what this event is also about, to have the debates about this, to get this movement started. We started with a huge conference in Berlin this year in May, where we already had these civil society discussions in Germany, but with partners from the other side of the Atlantic and also from all over Europe. And this is the next step to bring this movement together, and we're really looking forward to exciting discussions with you today. Thanks. And I hand over to Michelle Mee, who is going to be shown via video.
Hi, I'm Michelle Marr. I'm co-founder of the Balanced Economy Project with Nick Shaxson. I'm a competition lawyer by background, and I used to work for some of the biggest companies in the world when I was a practicing lawyer. And it's based on that experience that I know that tackling concentrated power and monopolistic conduct in Europe is one of the biggest fights there is. And it links into all of the other big fights, whether it's inequality, climate change, or trying to protect the integrity of our democracies. So I'm delighted that you're all gathered here in Brussels to continue these really important conversations and continue to build on the momentum of the anti-monopoly movement in Europe created by Barry and others that are there today. I wish I could be there with you, but I have a smaller responsibility that's no less important. I'm on maternity leave, but I'm looking forward to gathering with all of you on the other side and hearing all of the fantastic progress that you make at this conference. Take care and keep up the good fight.
I'm Barry Lynn, and I run the Open Markets Institute in Washington, and it's great to see you all today. We have a long day, and we're going to keep things moving. But I did want to just, thank all of our speakers who have come from around the world for this event. It's actually a very impressive array of people who are experts in many aspects of the monopoly problem. And really also, thrilled to be working with these partners. I mean, it's a big deal I've been coming to Europe for a long time, and to actually have groups like SOMO and Lobby Control and the Balanced Economy Project is a huge step forward in our ability to really help people understand the nature of the problem and what we can do about it. This is a long event. It's 10 o'clock. We're going until 4. We're expecting over the course of the day probably at least 150 people here in person. We have a number of people who'll be watching the live stream. We also, in our past, what we do is we will post this, and we often get many, many more people who watch the event after the fact. And this is certainly going to be the case in the United States because it's now 4 a.m. on the East Coast. So I don't think we have a very large audience. Before we move on to our first speaker, we have a lunch at midday, and if anyone we have the bathrooms are just easy to find out there, and but please don't wander off. This is a very tight schedule, and there's a lot of fantastically rich conversation that we're going to have today. So what we're going to do right now is go into our first presentation. We have four great keynoters at this event. And just looking ahead, we have Max Schrems will be here later, and we also have the MEP, the Member of Parliament, Paul Tang, will be here after lunch. And we also have Secretary General of Uni Global Union who will be speaking with us later. But our first keynoter is somebody who I've only gotten to know in the last half a year or so, but somebody who has become over the last few years one of the most important leaders in this effort. And this is Stéphanie Yan-Courtin from France. Stéphanie is a member of the European Parliament. She's vice president of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs and a substitute member of the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection. And she was a reporter for the 2019 Annual Competition Policy Report and a shadow reporter on the 2020 report on Capital Markets Union. Stéphanie is also a member of she was admitted to the Paris Bar in 2004, and she is specialized in competition law. Now, one of the things that's really important today in this conversation is that MEP Yan-Courtin is going to speak about both the dangers, the threats that are posed by big tech, by these generally US corporations, these larger US corporations that control so much of the debate, so much of conversation, so much of communications in the United States, in Europe, and around the world. But also MEP Yan-Courtin is also going to talk about something that is new in this debate, which is the concentration of industrial capacity, vital industrial capacity in places like Taiwan and China, and the ways in which this threatens the security of people in Europe and the people around the world. This is an issue that actually is what got me into monopoly in the first place. So anyway, please welcome me or join me in welcoming MEP Yan-Courtin.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm very, very happy to speak at this conference today. I'd like to thank warmly Berlin for his kind invitation. It's great to see you in this side of the Atlantic. Last time with each other was in July in Washington. And thank you for organizing this event together with great organizations. And thank you so much. Well, after the pandemic, And now with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, I think it's very timely to discuss threats to democracy, security, and after all, the resilience of our economy and society. I'd like to come back on the crisis that we are going through with the pandemic. And I hope that we have learned some lessons. Not sure of that, but I hope. We are now going through another big crisis with the Russian invasion to Ukraine, not that far from here in this old continent in Europe. Coming back first to the COVID, well, this pandemic has highlighted the EU's long existing structural problems related to the supply of medicines and the high dependency on third country import for certain essential and highly critical goods and materials. In the wake of pandemic, it is as if we finally found out that we were 100% dependent on third countries, such as China or India. One of the key lessons of the crisis is that there is a need to get a better grip and understanding of where Europe's current and possible future strategic dependencies lie. Now, with the Russian invasion to Ukraine, we have no choice to face our dependency to Russian gas with no immediate option. The EU had recognized its strategic dependence on some foreign inputs even before the pandemic, and we have started to seek ways to increase our autonomy. And to improve the resilience of supply chains, we are kind of applying a policy mix that aims to increase domestic capacity, diversify suppliers, and support the multilateral rules-based trade environment. The notion of resilience of supply chains was already much discussed before the pandemic. In the context of ensuring availability of resources necessary for the twin transitions, green and digital, of the economy and society in Europe. It became as pertinent as ever with the current crisis. Now, facing this situation, it seems clear that our competition policy plays an essential role. It's one of the tools, but key one, to increase our strategic autonomy and our industrial policy that could secure supply chains. And I would like to highlight some European initiatives that could help reduce our dependency and strengthen our autonomy. At quite the same time, the European Commission came up with a new industrial strategy for Europe with an analysis of the European strategic dependencies, a trade policy review, including the anti-coercion instrument that we've just voted in the Parliament, and a communication on competition rules all together, trying to avoid the long existing silos we used to have within the European tools. And it's, I think, the right approach. As I said, combining all our policies to achieve our objectives, the strategic autonomy, or I might say the European sovereignty. We are not yet there, but I think we are slowly moving from a naive Europe to a pragmatic and realistic one. No choice. In its latest communication on competition rules, the European Commission has set out, I would say, certain milestones for achieving our industrial objectives. Industry, competition, they could be combined. In concrete terms, which I think may give hope for future potential good developments if the political will is there. That's another question. Let me name a few, like 4 main milestones. First, I think a paradigm shift in the objective of competition policy. The objective of competition policy, I think, has moved from a single perspective of maximizing the interest of consumers to a more balanced objective, particularly with regard to taking into account Europe's industrial interest. Customers are put on the same level as consumers. Second is the resilience. The resilience is now mentioned clearly as an objective of competition policy. And from now on, competition policy instruments will also have to take into account resilience issue for all supply chains. That's quite new. Third point is the announcement of a new competition framework, including state aid for semiconductors and part of the CHIPS Act. I think this is a major step forward and kind of an implicit recognition that the current framework is not adequate to address the urgency of the crisis and the importance of this dependency issue. It is a clear sign that the Commission is doing whatever it takes to ensure its semiconductor resilience. Well, it's a good start. But by the way, we see the efficiency of the chip sanctions against Russia and how it could become a geopolitical asset. I think it is the precursor of a new approach to competition when it comes to industrial and technology sector that are strategic for the EU economy. We need to multiply this approach, I think, without waiting to be paralyzed by drug, semiconductor shortage, and think about our industry now, right now, for Europe, for partnership with the other side of the Atlantic, and for business. And the vaccine crisis has shown us that being excellent in research is not enough to meet our needs. We need to know how to produce. We need to know how to be capable of conquering a growing share of the rapidly expanding world market. The recent revision of the communication on major projects of European interest, the EPCIs, I think goes in this direction by further strengthening the European and open nature of EPCIs, facilitating the participation of the SMEs, which is crucial, and aligning their objectives with those of the EU strategic priorities, such as green, digital transition, and resilience. Dedicated industrial alliance at the EU level, such as the EPCIs, I think offer the right scale and vision necessary to overcome persisting industrial weaknesses. And we need, I think, more industrial alliances and complete industrial ecosystems to achieve these twin transitions. And fourth milestone with regard to competition is the revision of the communication on the definition of the relevant market. To take into account, I think, with a more dynamic approach, the evolution of markets that are increasingly global and digital. This notice is 25 years old. I'm not saying 25 years old is old, but come on, in these fast evolving markets, and since my arrival in the European Parliament, I have constantly called for its revision to take into account global potential competition, and this will prevent us from taking decisions that are perceived as Europe shooting itself in the foot. Time to stop being naive. And beyond and further to this communication of the European Commission on competition, there are still some priorities, I think, that we could summarize in one message. We need to work on a better interplay between competition policy and the achievement of our European objectives that we have democratically set for ourselves. We have finalized our regulation in the digital giants, but the question that already raises and arises is how we are going to create European champions in innovative technologies where Europe still has its card to play. I'm thinking in particular of the cloud sector, which has not yet been the subject of many antitrust decisions so far as the GAFAMs, but which is nonetheless a key sector that deserves a very special attention to ensure fair condition and contribute to our still economic sovereignty. And to this end, I think the review of merger control, even if still taboo, seems to me a necessity if we want to fight effectively against monopolies, against killer acquisitions, and help our companies, our businesses, our citizens to become and to enjoy Europe becoming leader. We should think in terms of efficiency gains linked to a merger in order to address the challenges of industrial competitiveness in the European Union. The merger regulation should take these, I think, efficiencies into account by developing the existing reference to competitiveness issues. And the guidelines should, I think, specify the criteria to be taken into account in this analysis. I think we must also rely on the expertise of all commissions, directorates general when DG examines cases, in particular to better understand the markets affected by the transaction. And this leads me again to the question of no more silos in the analysis. Furthermore, I think we should better see the potential in using public procurement to increase resilience. Smart procurement already helps to achieve key EU priorities related to green, related to digital transition, innovation, and social objectives across many industrial ecosystems. And by creating demand and supporting strategic sectors, I think public procurement helps to reduce dependencies, strengthens the resilience of industrial ecosystem and supply chain. Following the Europe Defense Fund, it's time for the European Commission, to become truly aware of the need to buy in Europe and to publish a legislative proposal in this sense. We should ensure that a fair share of European public purchases is made for innovative European companies, SMEs and startups. In addition to the CHIPS Act, I would just like to mention the new single market emergency instrument, which has just been proposed by the Commission to address the vulnerability of the single market and supply chain in case of enforcing disruptions. I think, well, the European Parliament will have to have its say within the following weeks, and there are already many questions around this instrument. So I think it's just the start of the discussions on this. And to conclude, I'd like to remind all of us that whatever we put on the table, if we do not have the right resources to implement it, it will only be an empty shell. Going from the far west, where no regulation really existed, to now multiple regulations, there's no coherence between them. And in addition, if there are no resources, it's just going to be a catchphrase. And we agreed in such a short time for the EU on landmark regulations, such as the Digital Market Act, the Digital Service Act, the Foreign Subsidies Regulation. But if, again, we do not have the adequate resources in terms of your volumes and competence, we will not be able to achieve this objective. We will not only fail at achieving our own objectives, we will also put us all at risk. I think indeed we are paving the way, and we already discussed that with many of you. I think EU is paving the way to other jurisdictions with this text. So there is no room for mistake. We might appear as an Europe which is not able to deliver and to set some basic rules to ensure the protection of our society, our economy, our markets, and our citizens. And I've been saying it from day one. But we need to ensure the resources for an effective implementation. If not, the autonomic strategy of the EU and the level playing field will all remain a dead letter. So I look forward to hearing all your contributions and reflections and on this throughout the day. And again, thank you so much, Barry, for your kind invitation.
Actually, can you give another round of applause? That was, if you think about this, That was a very different statement about competition policy than we've heard in this town for a long time. So, and I think we're going to unpack some of this in the next panel. But do you have time for a couple of questions? Yeah, just, you said something that was, you said it's time to stop being nice. Is that what I heard you say? Naive.
We're
Yeah.
always nice, I think.
Yeah.
Naive.
Yeah. Okay.
Naive. Sorry with my French accent.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect. You know that. Very
Well, but I mean, is that how, I mean, that's, I guess the question is that how you would see Europe up to this point? As being naive
Yeah.
about these concentrations of power, about the threats that this creates. So, why?
Why not? No, well, as I said, for many reasons, the high dependency on medicines, for example, we realized during the pandemic, and when the pandemic just arrived like that, it's just one thing. We just said, wow, we're so dependent. And I mean, with a key single market, we are normally a key partner, and we want to carry on being a key partner with US primarily and with other regions in the world. But I mean, to be a key partner, you have to be solid, and you have to have strong rules, well, to do business on equal sides, which was not the truth. I'm not saying that we are no more naive. I'd like to hear your view actually on that, because I think it was something that was shared, I think, since 2019 with the Commission, with Thierry Breton, with Margaret Vestager, and look at the all the regulation I've just described, I mean, which show that now Europe has no choice, given the crisis we are just experiencing. Pandemic, we had the Brexit as well, which made us realize that we should never take things for granted. You know, that was the first time that the EU member decided to leave. Not saying it does, UK does not regret anything now, but it's another topic. But still, you know, so it would be interesting to.
Well, I will say that the United States was, in terms of being naive, the United States was absolutely as naive as the Europeans about these concentrations of power, these concentrations of capacity. This is something, and we'll talk about this later, but this is something where we have to work together very carefully right now, because this is a crisis. And actually, just the last question, and this is, because I know you have to go, but a couple of days ago, Joseph Borrell gave this really quite amazing speech, and in which he called in his ambassadors and he said, you know, we're at war. We are in a crisis, unlike any that we have seen really since the Second World War. And it is a multi-layered crisis. It's a crisis of big tech. It's a crisis of war on this continent. It is a crisis of our energy relationship has just been destroyed. Our basic fundamental energy source has broken down. And our industrial strategy of the last 20 years, which is to rely on China for many things, that's clearly not sustainable and has created threats that we didn't understand. So this idea of a crisis, I mean, do you feel that all of the commission really is with Borrell on this?
Yeah, well, I think this multiple crisis, and I mentioned Brexit because I think it was a crisis anyway, is arising like a wake-up call. It's pushing people to do things they wanted to do, you know, but they didn't feel obliged, because I think, as again, they never think that the war would come back one day in our old continent. You know, I'm coming from Normandy. I was born really close to the landing beaches. So I think in Normandy, more than ever, people know the price of liberty, the price of peace. And when we speak with them, with the old people that used to live Second World War, they say, come on. You're right. I mean, come on. I mean, we are in war. And it's not only a question of anticipating, it's a question of acting in many sectors, in many ways. And it's just a question of, I mean, no more rhetorics, no more words, but just action. Because, I mean, it's a new era. And I think Brexit, COVID, or in Ukraine, which I think is not ended and might be worst in the continent. When I talk with my colleagues from the Baltic countries, I think this now has made us realize that we have no choice but to act collectively to protect the fundamental values that we are fighting for, which we should never take for granted.
Thank you very much. And please, another round of applause. So we're just going to go straight into the next panel. So everybody from the next panel, please come on up. And this is actually the only panel in which we have someone who will be off-site. Participating by video. So this next panel, or this first panel of the day, is really designed to sort of unpack a lot of these questions about competition policy. And we have with us in this first panel 4 of the great stars of competition policy in Europe, actually, you know, anywhere in the world. And this is like a very special panel for me in the sense that these are my friends. And I'm not going to take too long to introduce folks, but I'm going to, afterwards, each person is going to speak for about 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we're going to move swiftly on to a conversation. I think sort of really unpacking this as a conversation is what's most important. And so what we're going to do is actually just start with Lisa, who I've been working with for a number of years. And Lisa was the first person I really sat down with, and this was 15 years ago, to discuss what were the foundations of competition policy in Europe and how those foundations were fundamentally a matter of protecting democracy. It had nothing to do with the consumer. At the initial stages of this, the word consumer was nowhere to be found. The word efficiency was nowhere to be found. So I'm going to start with Lisa, just to give us a sense about what the intention of this really fantastically important body of law was in its origins, and a sense of the crisis of where we are now because we forgot what these laws were designed to do.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
I think I will stand up. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Barry, for inviting me and reminding me how old I am, since we met 15 years ago. But nevertheless, I have been given 4 minutes, so I will be very quick. In March this year, the EU reached an agreement on the DMA and a lot of other things, but on the DMA. Why do we need the DMA? Well, according to Competition Commissioner Vestager, we need the DMA because the EU wants, and I quote her words, fair markets also in digital. Yeah. And according to me, we want the DMA because the DG COM, not the European Commission, but DG COM within the European Commission has failed to use their powers to enforce against abuse of a dominant position. And when the Commission has used their enforcement powers, they have done so with consumer welfare as its objective. And going back almost 20 years to the 8th annual conference in EUI in Fiesole in 2003, back in the day when Mario Monti, he was the competition commissioner, he announced a review of what was at the time Article 82, which is today 102, abuse of a dominant position. And during that review, it became fairly clear that the way the European Commission wanted to go with this was to rely on consumer welfare as a sole objective, because they didn't think that interpreting abuse of a dominant position in the light of per se rules was the way forward. And another conclusion they came to was that we needed to show economic effects on the market. So I followed that review very closely. And during that review, I wrote a book where I challenged the legitimacy of relying on consumer welfare as the sole objective of competition policy. And in short, I think that that was not in line with what the EU treaty was supposed to do. So the framework, the EU treaty relies on a social market economy. Yeah. And the integration of the single market. And that is because, why is that? That's because it benefits democracy. It benefits the citizens of the European Union. So while consumer welfare is an objective that is broad enough to be interpreted wider than just economic efficiency, then there has been a continuous unwillingness to focus on economic freedom. And we just heard Stephanie talk about that. Economic freedom, not to be reliant and dependent on everybody else. So the objective of economic freedom goes back to the ordoliberal school of thought, and which values the freedom of competition as a fundamental right to ensure individual economic freedom in the market. That is an impossibility in a highly concentrated market, concentrated by monopolies and a few big companies. So where we are today in highly concentrated market across the supply chain, we are partly here because of lack of significant enforcement against big companies, tech included, and two, a narrow focus on consumer welfare interpreted as economic efficiency. So it's time to focus on what's already in the treaty. It's time to focus on the social market economy and economic freedom as a fundamental right. In the ordoliberal view, the aim of competition policy is to control private economic power in order to protect individual economic freedom in the interest of a free and fair political and social order. So to conclude, according to ordoliberals, unregulated free markets are not the most efficient mean of allocating resources. Individual economic freedom needs to be protected from private economic power and political power. So with that as a starting point, I will hand over to the next speaker on this panel, which I think will be Johnny.
Thank you.
That was no more than 4 minutes, Barry.
I think those applause were for you. Let me start off by just reflecting on how the morning started. Stephanie Yoncotin said, no more silos, no more naivety. That's a big statement. And it makes everything I'm about to say redundant because I'm just going to elaborate on those two things. We're going to talk about competition. I get worried when we talk about competition and we don't talk about at least one other thing, data protection too. Now, data protection is easy to not talk about because our friends in data protection are not yet so good at enforcement. This is a fact. But they do have the tools to analyze the new digital systems. They've got the tools. Those tools are not yet in use. Now, when these two things don't work together, very important fundamental things fall through the cracks, through the massive gaps between them. And unscrupulous people even can use them to frustrate each other. That's a tactic we're seeing in case after case now. Here is how I think we need to start joining those two things. We need to become aware that the companies we're thinking about are taking data from one end of their business all the way over here, nothing to do with some other bit of their business. And they are dropping it over here to prop up some other bit of their business. This is how a cascading monopoly moves from market to market or line of business to line of business. It's a very simple idea, and we don't really talk about it, even though it is defining our world. And I fear that if we're not thinking about this, when we look at, let's imagine we went back and looked at Google DoubleClick, and then we go forward and we look at Google Fitbit. The remedy there is just for the ads business, but Fitbit has health data. Who knows? Maybe there's a health business or an insurance business or something further. If we don't start thinking about these things together, I fear that we are going to find ourselves living narrow lives. Our children will have narrow lives in the future where they are curtailed, will be curtailed in our thoughts. We will be fed by a starved media. We will be subject to machine decisions that we have no right to question or parse. And we will be employees of those machines. And there will be no alternative because we didn't create the conditions for alternatives to blossom. And this is why I think we need to act against cascading monopolies. Now, I currently work at the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, and I work with Barry too. But it's not so long ago since I was working for a San Francisco tech firm myself. And before that, in the ad tech, the worst, one of the worst of all of the industries. And I remember my colleagues in San Francisco, when we saw the General Data Protection Regulation finally finalized, saying to me, okay, are the Europeans serious? And I said, and I had the ode to joy playing in the back of my mind. I said, yes. Yes, they're serious. Yes, the Europeans mean business. This thing's real. And it turns out we weren't ready to be serious. So now perhaps we've had the shock, the wake-up call to finally become, I wouldn't call it a regulatory superpower, but to reclaim something of that title. And so let me suggest one starting indicative idea in the spirit of no silos and no more naivety. And that is that the DMA unit, when it is organizing its workshops with the gatekeepers, the people who may become the gatekeepers, that it impresses on them in no uncertain terms, one simple idea, just to start off with one simple idea. And that is, there is no ambiguity on the question of data combination, that there will be no magic single button all over the European internet where someone can click away the distinctions between how their data are used. From something very small, from small signs like that, better things can follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. So our next speaker is Tommaso Valetti. He's a professor of economics at the Imperial College Business School, and he previously taught at the University of Rome, the London School of Economics, Telecom, Paris Tech, and Turin. Tommaso is currently the head of the Department of Economics and Public Policy at Imperial College Business School, and he's a non-executive director at the board of the Financial Conduct Authority. He's also a member of the panel of academic advisors to Ofcom, and he's published many, many articles and journals. And oh, actually, there's one thing I left out. He was also the chief competition economist at the European Commission between 2016 and 2019. Tommaso, it's really great to have you with us today.
Good morning, everybody. So thank you very much for the invitation, and apologies for not being able to be there in person with you, but at least I made it virtually at least. So you're having a great conversation. So in my initial remarks, let me add a perspective on from somebody who's been inside the commission, somebody who's an academic economist. Disclosure, I don't do consulting. I am back in my academic work, but I like to be engaged with the policy discussions which are happening now. These are interesting policy discussions, and an economist, I take the blame. So we had lots of under-enforcement for the past 30 years, and economists bear, or let's put it this way, this under-enforcement has come along as we use more of an economic approach to antitrust. So there is at least a correlation there, and a lot of soul-searching happening among economists. So one narrative is that this is all due not to economics as such, but to the work that some bad consultants have done over time. And there is a degree of truth to that. A deeper assessment is whether economics at all is fit for purpose. And we heard some ideas earlier on. I do think that economists, especially the well-intentioned one like myself, we have to regain confidence if we need to show that economics can be useful. So back to what's happening in antitrust now, and especially in European antitrust, let me add a few thoughts. There's perhaps a difference compared to Europe and the US. This is my personal experience. There is, with a few exceptions, but less revolving doors between commission officials. I'm talking about the top officials and the private sector, and I'm not talking about the big law firms. And so my experience is that there is a lot of well-intentioned people. Of course, some of them are bureaucrats, some of them, and they don't have a lot of resources. It's sometimes it's a quiet life, but I don't see a fundamental corrupt system in Europe, which is something to bear in mind. There is lots of there's an asymmetry of resources, something it was already mentioned earlier for the digital market unit that we will have in Europe, but we need the right skills. But more in general, and that's not surprising, all the incentives are skewed. The money is with the big corporations, so the big corporations can put, on the table endless resources. They can hire the best consultants, so the most talented, even if mean economists, and that's a struggle, and that's a constant struggle, which means the commission cannot fight too many battles at the same time. They have to choose only a few. So maybe a different perspective, because I need to bring something different. So there are different ways out of this. Actually, one way is to do nothing, and probably the audience today is not representative of the antitrust establishment. The antitrust establishment thinks that everything is fine. We shouldn't change. We should still analyze each case on its own merit, and we should keep doing more of the same. I personally think this is not an option, but it's not to be taken for granted that there will be changes. The other alternative is to change everything. just, put into the dustbin whatever we've done now, attack the European Commission for not having been good in the past, for having failed substantially. I personally don't think this is going to be very useful for two reasons. One reason is that, as I said, there is lots of good people inside the Commission that would like to be helped. Instead, a natural, their own instinctive reaction when they feel there is novelty coming around, they feel it as a personal attack. So it was mentioned earlier, the Fitbit case. Many of us tried to tell the commission, obviously Johnny, Christina, myself, that there was a problem, but it was interpreted as something, you guys at DG Comp are not doing the right stuff. And the commission closed doors. They didn't want to have any conversation. Certainly, they didn't have any conversation with us, which was a limitation, I think, both for them, but also for us, because our ideas didn't get any traction, because the reaction was one of, I wanna keep you outside my circle. So, and they kept talking to the usual guys. They kept talking to the gatekeepers, because that's the way things are done. And it was difficult to bring civil society inside. So to me, having a draconian approach of attacking the commission is not going to be institutionally very helpful, because the commission is, I would say when I divide the word between black and white, they're still the good guys of this game. They're not the bad guys, and they need to be helped. So we need to understand how to help them, how civil society can bring something useful to them. And also, if you change everything, be very careful. If you start introducing additional things, of course, I do care about human rights, I care about the environment, I care about biodiversity. But if you start putting too many things on the table, be aware that on the other side, you don't have those big corporations that will stay idle. They will react to that. They will bring their own submission that brings in, human rights, biodiversity. They will write very nice pages about it. So there is a serious risk by doing this. We will under-enforce even more, because the commission will not be able to pass a certain burden of proof. So I'm very mindful that going that direction is too extreme. Okay, we may talk about what that means in practice, the consumers' welfare standard or not, but be careful that if you break this mechanism without a clear way to replace it, this creates a space that will be appropriated not necessarily by the good guys. It will be appropriated by the people with resources, and resources are with the big corporations. So be very careful. So the last way out, which I still think it's drastic in the current antitrust establishment, but it is feasible, is to reintroduce some of the stuff that we have lost over time. So reintroduce some structural presumptions. So, instead of doing endless analysis of what the relevant market is, go for draconian. Every metric will be imperfect, but say the size matters. So if you're above certain thresholds, it's presumptively understood that you don't need to do particular acquisition, particular actions, and so forth. So concentrate on helping the commission to get there. So for instance, the DMA is something good, it's finally coming out, but there was a big opportunity missed, which was to consider mergers in that context. That hasn't happened, and that's something that unfortunately we're still kind of struggling with. So one thing is to introduce some simple rules. Simple and useful economics can be used. So I think my field can still be helpful in that respect. Which is something that creates new ways of thinking and operating inside an institution, which is by and large still healthy in my view. Bringing the civil society, as I said earlier on, by being helpful, not just attacking the commission. And last but not least is also try to have a conversation and educate the judges, because the commission has this legalistic approach of being scared and frozen to death if they lose in court. Okay, so and this is where instead the conservative antitrust establishment in the US has been extremely effective by training judges. I mean, in ways which sometimes were borderline corrupt, I would say. But there hasn't been a similar education attempt from the progressive side, because the judges are important. The judges are going to be ultimately the way these cases will be run in courts. So what I'm saying is that we should run more cases. We should change the thresholds and the ways we have some structural presumption which have been long abandoned, bringing civil society and make sure also that conversation happen with the judges, because the judges don't listen to us. You know? At best, they are invited to some conferences with the usual guys from the antitrust establishment, and that's the kind of narrative they keep repeating to themselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Tommaso. That was actually, you started off by saying that the system wasn't corrupt, and then you actually made it kind of look kind of corrupt. But our next speaker actually really does not need any introduction, but I'm going to give you an introduction, because Cristina Caffarra is Managing Director and Head of Keystone Europe, and this is since just this last July. Prior to that, Cristina headed for 15 years the competition team at Charles River Associates here in Europe. Cristina holds a master and PhD in economics from Oxford and is an expert in the application of modern industrial economics.
What the CV says, get on with it.
That's Cristina. So no patience for introductions, no patience for BS from the commission, no patience for BS from lawyers, from BS from anybody. So for someone with no patience for BS, I want to introduce Cristina Caffarra.
It is such a pleasure to be here, indeed with friends, because I have to say that all of the people on this panel are friends and fellow campaigners in a way, because with Tommaso, with Barry, with Lisa, and indeed with Johnny, we've been pushing a lot of ideas such as killer acquisition, reverse killer acquisition. We did the Google Fitbit fight, the integrating data protection into antitrust. These are all things that this group collectively has really push. Let me start at the same time with a disclosure, because I'm religious about it. Of course, I'm private sector, so I need to put on the table what I do, and everybody does that. Everybody knows that. I have worked adverse to Google and to Facebook or Meta on a number of matters in front of various regulators, for various regulators, as well as private companies. In the last few years, I've done some work for Apple, for Amazon, for Microsoft, for Netflix, for Uber. So in a way, I'm an undefinable beast, because I am in that kind of twilight zone in which I do work at the coalface on some of these issues. And perhaps my perspective is also useful because I don't come from some sort of niche interest. I've been absolutely into the cases and at the coalface for the last 25 years. And it is this kind of perspective that motivates where I'm now and the kind of observations that I make. And I want to pick up on a number of things that were said earlier by the other panelists and by Stephanie indeed. So the arc of enforcement, it is true, as Tommaso says, and I sort of subscribe to many of the things he said, that the commissions are the good guys. However, where we are now is the product of a journey, which has been kind of traveled over the last 25 years, a journey where when I came into this, we, particularly the economists, were very insistent that we needed to free up competition from all the extraneous ideas that were in there, ideas of general benefit industrial policy. We needed to absolutely get into something more scientific and more structured. And so we economists were coming to it with a strong Chicago School baggage, and we were determined to make this into something more structured and scientific that could be measured in some way. That process, which at the time was actually ideally also sort of well-meaning, because we thought this stuff is a bit of a blancmange. Competition enforcement isn't very well structured at the moment, has led to effectively a focus on that kind of work, where economists, as Tommaso says, have become quite prevalent in these discussions, and the method and the analysis has been very much around this idea of consumer welfare being the main focus, consumer welfare. Now, we have had also discussion about how to expand that idea to include ideas of benefits in general, beyond price effects. But the fact remains that over the last 25 years, we have certainly contributed as practitioners in this field to a narrow, piecemeal version of enforcement, which has meant that incrementally markets have concentrated. I've watched every market, and I'm not talking about digital, from agrochemicals to pharmaceutical, to pharma, to various other markets, to chemicals in Europe, become gradually concentrated. Digital is a special case through mergers. We have not really effectively looked at how sectors were becoming more concentrated. Each merger is looked at its own merit, and everything is always kind of justifiable. You do some remedies on the side that effectively don't take into account the big picture. Enforcement in conduct is similarly narrow and siloed, because we essentially take case by case, take forever to do it, use theories of harm that are backward looking. Everything is about exclusion a la Microsoft 20 years ago. We don't really do exploitation cases. And so we have cases that are well-intended, are well-meaning, but in the end failed totally to change anything on the ground. We've had the Google cases, shopping, Android, great cases, but nothing has changed. Remedy policy is useless. So we now kind of pivoted to regulation. And again, it is a great initiative. And I hope that the implementation will make a difference. I am skeptical because the resources are so uneven, because I think the big companies will manage regulation. It will not change much more than a little bit of fairness at the margin, a little bit of more entry at the margin. But in terms of the structure, it won't change because they are capable of managing this. And I don't think the capabilities on the other side are such that that reality can be changed. So I think that, to conclude, Tommaso is right that, of course, one needs to recognize that the motivation and the focus of the Commission are the right one, but we also need to recognize that this journey has not been very successful so far. In the US, we've had a change of leadership in the agencies, so it is easier to say today, what happened before really didn't take us in a good place, and we need to change. And now we are kind of watching the process over there, sort of the transatlantic turn with all of the inevitable failures along the way. Because yes, I mean, Jonathan Cantor rightly says, I will lose in court, so will Lina. But that's inevitable. Here, we had more continuity, and there's more inherent difficulty in recognizing that that route isn't the productive one, that one needs to be much more focused on merger control and being far less condescendent about it. And when it comes to conduct, also just speed it along. We cannot have cases sitting there for 7 years. They are, nothing is happening. Perhaps a fear of the courts. So, to conclude, I think that there is a need for recognizing that it hasn't been a very productive journey in outcomes. Everyone meant incredibly well, but in terms of the outcome on the ground, not really. And it is time to also change that without being too defensive. Civil society, I think, can play an important role in this. There needs to be a shift away from the traditional antitrust establishment, which is monstrous. I sort of live that world and breathe it every day, to a broader understanding of what it is that we're trying to do. And I subscribe to what Tommaso says in terms of the kind of things that can make a difference. Thank you.
That was a great start. And before we get into this any further, I just wanted to say something as the American who's up here on the panel, that the point here is actually not to say that Europe is in advance of the United States and we are here to learn, or that the United States has sort of leapt into the lead in the last couple of years and that Europe is here to learn. I can testify to the fact that the United States has a really long way still to go on these issues, and there's been a radical change, but it was starting from a starting point that was vastly behind where Europe was. And the concentration of power that we face in the United States remains immense, terrifying in many respects. So, and just before we get into this, it's like this. So I have the people who are in enforcement agencies in the United States, they're my friends, many of them, not all of them. But, I think, with as Tommaso is making clear, is like he has many friends. Christina has many friends. We all have many friends here in Europe as well. So, we're dealing with institutions on both sides of the Atlantic where we know that most of the people want to do the right thing. We know that they want a democracy. We know that they want a secure life for themselves and for their fellow citizens. So this is a conversation that may sometimes get a little difficult, but that's okay. Because, sometimes among families, among friends, you have to be a little bit difficult. But that's just, keep in mind that we understand this is a conversation within families of groups that mean well. So anyway, I just want to, Christina, you said a couple of things. I mean, it's like you said that the traditional antitrust establishment is monstrous. That's yeah. But at the same time, you said you agreed with Tommaso, and a second later you said you agreed with Tommaso that the community it means that you can't just go in with a baseball bat. That you have to actually work with people, hold out a hand. So how do you sort of take a conversation that has become monstrous, that has become divorced from reality, become divorced from the challenges of today? How do you take a conversation that has spun out over here and get it to focus? People who want to fix the world, how do you get them to focus on the actual problems and using the tools at hand to fix those problems? And I'm going to ask this of both of Christina and of Tommaso.
It's a difficult one, and it is one kind of question that I face every day, because what I call as the monstrous establishment is one which is designed to work for defendants. There is too much money at stake. And there is too much money at stake for economists too. Tommaso talked about consultants. He can talk about it, perhaps not yet, but he was witnessing at the CMA, at the CAT, at the Competition Appeal Tribunal, and the desperation of the barristers was such that they were asking him about his tweets and whether I liked his tweets, and whether that meant that me liking his tweets was somewhat problematic. I'm not even in the case. So the issue of how do you actually turn this conversation and make people understand what one is saying is problematic. There is just too much money. There are too many consultants out there who are absolutely willing to say absolutely anything and write it up or dress it up as economics. And that is a dilemma that I face every day. I think that the enforcers need to just name and shame. They need to come out and say, this is not acceptable. This is rubbish. We cannot accept that this type of stuff is, but it has to be, I think, on my, you're not going to get a conscience awakening on the part of the antitrust establishment. It is just too far gone.
And Tommaso, what's your thought?
First, I will clarify what I mean by antitrust establishment. There was a question in the chat by an anonymous attendee. It's good if people also introduce themselves, by the way. What I mean by antitrust establishment is very clear. So in economics is the big three consultancies, Compass Lexicon, RBB, and CRA. More importantly, because actually the economic consultants are just begging the lawyers to give them some work. So the real gatekeepers here are the big law firms in this field. We're talking about every case is bringing millions and millions of dollars. I mean, it's a lot of money since a lot of cases are being run. And so these are Freshfields, Latham & Watkins, Watkins, Skadden, and the other big law firms that you may be familiar with. The antitrust establishment is the way the American Bar Association has been conducted in the past 20 years. The antitrust establishment is the daily circus which is happening in Brussels, events which are not like this one, but there are many of those. And they're run by Concurrence, by GCR, and they invite some of the well-intentioned enforcers and a lot of the consultants. There is no disclosure, a lot of the law firms. And so everybody stays in this bubble where there's only one story which goes on, everything is fine, we are doing a good job. The antitrust establishment also has some, I would call them, and I exposed them several times, dangerous players. They are more a characteristic of the US, less of Europe, but they're very influential in the US. And so there are negative spillovers effects in Europe too. This is the Global Antitrust Institute at George Mason University. This is the Institute International Center for Law and Economics at Portland, Oregon. These are places which are funded by the big tech, by the Koch brothers, and they don't disclose any funding. And they actually have, there is a very strong proximity between them and judges on the Supreme Court as well. So this is the antitrust establishment. So at least I hope to have responded in a very clear way to the anonymous attendee that was asking me what I meant by antitrust establishment. This is the current antitrust establishment. So I hope so. I'll stop there, but I hope this is at least a clear answer. Thank you.
And Lisa.
Yeah, so in relation to Christina's comment about working for the defendant, I can only say that that is true. And I have felt that a wall of impossibility of getting any consultant. So I have launched a litigation against Meta before the Competition Appeal Tribunal in London. And when I went around after I've raised money for this litigation to get any economist to help me on this case, I could get none because they all work for the defendant. Nobody wanted to work for the claimant, i.e. for me, because what is happening is that, of course, big tech, they go around and they give them all a little bit of money every year, so they're conflicted in anything. And it was next near to impossible to get anybody to help. So I have felt that and is still feeling that on a daily basis. And in relation to Tommaso's latest comment on disclosure of funding, also very true. So when I was an academic, it was so bad that people didn't want to disclose where they got funding from. So the rest of us who didn't get funding had to go around in all the articles and the book we wrote saying, this piece of work has not been funded by anyone. So because the people that were funded did not want to disclose that they were funded, which meant the rest of us that were not funded had to disclose that we're not funded, right? So it's a very, very big problem.
So actually, I want to just figure out, like, kind of with you guys a bit about how we got into this problem. And, you know, Christina earlier sort of spoke about how we came to see competition policy as a science. Yet we also heard when Lisa started off that the purpose of competition policy was to promote democracy, and protect human liberty. And, you know, so this is a pretty profound change from looking at the law as protecting democracy and promoting human liberty to it's a science to promote efficiency. And Mario Monti played a big role in this in Europe. And Mario Monti is a hero in many ways. And I will just say, as I was at a conference with him back in 2017, and I actually had dinner with him the night before. And we had a long discussion about the history of consumer welfare, the philosophy in Europe. And actually there was a Bill Kovacic, who's an American, who used to be chair of the FTC, was there. And they got to be talking, and the two of them got to be talking, and they were reminiscing about the time when George W. Bush sent Bill Kovacic over to Mario Monti in late 2001 after September 11 and said, can you convince the Europeans to adopt this consumer welfare philosophy? So the White House sent Bill Kovacic to Europe to embrace this philosophy. And Mario Monti did. And at this conference, he said, I made a mistake. I was wrong. How, I mean, from your guys' point of view, and I'll start with Lisa, it's just how, you know, this is happening before Bill Kovacic was twisting Mario Monti's arm. So how did we get here?
Thank you for that, Barry. I would also say that although Mario Monti, he was the competition commissioner at the time of the review of Article 102, he's also a hero of mine. I like him very much. I have had many great discussions with him, and we saw eye to eye when Paul Tang invited both of us to discuss taxation in the European Parliament of big tech. What I would say is it is not only his fault. What happened during the review, and even before that, was that they were captured by The Economist. And what I meant by that was there was, in any room, in any conference, in any roundtable you went to, there was a lot of economists, there was a lot of lawyers, but The Economist always won the debate. Why? Because they always had the science, they always had some good economic models, they had all sorts of fancy things, and they kind of captured the debate and led the way for the enforcement against big corporations should be about economic effects, it should be about economic efficiency. So I think that in a way, The Economist, they argued better. They argued with models, they argued with good things. I don't deny that economics is very, very important, very, very important. But it was just to say that they led the debate, they were more well-spoken, that was how we ended where when now Christina, she's taking the mic away from me.
I want to put a slightly different nuance on it. It's not that we were better in any shape or form. And at the time, there was a big push to establish economic foundations and economic rationality into what we perceived at the beginning. Competition law as being soft. It was soft. It wasn't anything that you could really rely on because the criteria were a mess. This is how we saw it. We saw all this extraneous consideration, such as interest of society more broadly, industrial policy, as negatives in this discussion. So what then happened was that when you're there and you are promising a promised land and you're saying, we've got the science, it's all kind of really there, and we can demonstrate with models and SNP tests and as efficient competitor tests what we mean, and there is a ton of money behind it. Of course, defendants adopted it. Lawyers adopted it because they understood that economists could give them useful narratives. This is what we've done for 20 years. We've given lawyers and defendants useful narratives. My favorite story is the as efficient competitor test. The as efficient competitor test, I've said it before, is snake oil. Is basically saying, well, if you're not as efficient as the dominant company, you deserve to die. Okay, this is what the fundamental underlying philosophy is. And so what you do is lots of mumbo jumbo trying to measure costs and margin and say, oh, well, you're not very efficient, are you? So off you go. I remember, I think the nadir, can I say this, of my career was when I was defending, let's say, a large multinational on an ice cream case in front of the Italian authority. And I swear we did an as efficient competitor test against La Bomba, which was a producer of ice lollies in the Costa Romagna. And, you know, my argument was, well, you know, they are not very efficient, are they, relative to these giant corporations, so they don't deserve to really survive. And at the end of my presentation, I was thinking, this is a load of horseshit. It is really nonsense. And I remember the La Bomba sort of manager showing up at the hearing and saying to the commissioners, non so che cosa sta dicendo la signora. I don't know what this signora is talking about, because I have no idea what as efficient means relative to giant corporation X. And I thought that was a tremendous indictment of what we economists were doing, because it was BS and it didn't deserve to live as a science, and we should just recognize it, right? I mean, there isn't much better than that. When you go around saying that you cannot sort of say that company X is actually excluding because they sort of pass a margin squeeze test on their as efficient competitor background. I mean, let's realize what we're talking about. This is mostly mumbo jumbo cooked in the kitchen by the economists with some made up numbers, and then off we go. So I think that's my statement.
I'm going to unpack that, but I'm going to bring this back around to you, Johnny, in a second. But
I don't know how you're going to do that.
Well, silos is how we're going to do it. So, but before, so this is to Tommaso. So we just heard, I mean, Christina said that this is the science. What you thought was a science is really snake oil, mumbo jumbo, BS. And I think, and just to jump ahead, this next discussion we're going to have, and Alan Riley just walked in. He survived the flight through the missile zone across Ukraine, so this next conversation is going to be about one of the things that this science blinded us to, which was the extreme concentration of capacity. To a degree that has actually now poses existential threats to our society. But mumbo jumbo, snake oil, BS. Do you agree?
Well, first, I want to say that earlier you mentioned that I have many friends at institutions. I should qualify that I used to have many friends at the institutions. And after I started speaking out my mind, I have gained a few and lost many. So, but that's fine. That's fine. It comes the way it does. So snake oil, bullshit, etc. This is the way economics has been applied, which is just an outcome of the asymmetric resources. So economics is the perfect tool for corporation with market power, because we are trained, it's ingrained in our brain to construct trade-offs on the one hand, on the other hand, but then of course if resources are tilted in one direction, you see only one of those hands, and everything is going fine. So economics is I mean, I don't have to rescue my job, otherwise I would have failed entirely for having studied economics for 25 years. It's still a great field. It gives you a nice way, a structured way of reasoning, but it doesn't mean that everything has to be quantified. There is a sort of misperception and also misapplication that economics is just about producing a scientific formula, the perfect statistical regression. I mean, we will never get that, especially in the limited time it takes to run cases. So economics can be great actually to give you a coherent theory of harm, to have a theory of harm that leads you also to do an investigation to look for data in a certain direction. Otherwise, it's overwhelming. You just receive tons of documents from the companies, and what are you looking for? So the interesting thing is that what we have seen in the application economics has been a one-sided Chicago type of interpretation of reality, which interestingly, if you talk to academics, we study economics precisely because we believe there is lots of market failures. Otherwise, what do we do for a quarter of a century? Just patting our shoulders that everything is fine. There would be no open questions, and instead there is plenty of economic questions. So one of the direction that we should try also to improve, which is a big problem though, is that there is lots of academics that would agree, and they're not directly involved in what I called again the antitrust establishment that just do their academic job, but they are unaware of certain discussions. But if you ask them, mergers among large firms, are they good or bad? They will respond unequivocally. These are bad, okay? You can find out the exception, but this is the funny case that I have written 20 years ago for, having a publication in a scientific journal because I had to find the novelty nobody had looked into. But if I have to say on average, where do I stand? You will see that academic establishment will come out with very clear answers. So economics can be used to reintroduce bright lines per se. Is not something that economics doesn't support. It's just we have lost the support of the majority of the academic community because of a collective action problem. So we are not organized as academics. I'm very happy to devote my time this morning and spend some time with you because it's part of my, private consumption value. I like it. I believe in it. But in general, people respond to incentives, and academics have to publish, have to teach, and so we don't have resources. We don't have time to devote to this collective organization of our field. And instead, if we can manage to unlock that, you will see, surprisingly, that economics can also be helpful for a progressive agenda, because that's what most of the people are. It's just that in the antitrust bubble, you see very peculiar economists.
Just one thing to that. When I talked about what I said before was very much geared towards the way in which effectively consultants operate. I wasn't necessarily talking about academics, though many academics consult and do not disclose, and they're as bad as the consultants. Punkt. The issue about academics, though, Tommaso, is that, as you know, you and I and others are doing what we can to try and wake up the profession, because it isn't quite as willing, because of all of the kind of limitations and restriction and interest and incentives, to actually embrace this kind of stuff. Look at the way in which we are struggling to get them to see that data protection needs to be understood as part of the antitrust problem, because it is a monopoly, it's a market power problem, and vice versa. And what we're getting from academics is, but data is generally good. More data, better matching. This is great. And so we don't get the understanding of what we're saying. And that is also a problem.
And I think this actually helps to bring it all around to Johnny, because Johnny is someone who is a data protection person, but we came together because Johnny talks about silos. Johnny talks about creating compartments, separations. And actually, we just heard Tommaso use the word bright lines and per se rules, just simple, absolute prohibitions. And anti-monopoly, in the United States, going back to the founding of the country, and certainly throughout the 20th century, was a regime of simple, bright line rules. For much of the 20th century, we had a rule that basically said, we're going to have at least 4, and depending how you look at the numbers, really kind of at least 5 major corporations doing any activity, making any metal. Making a metal, making cars. We want to have really at least 5, and that was the foundation of the rules. And then also common carrier. If you're a large corporation and you control an essential service, you must treat everybody the same. No exceptions. Simple rules. So that's what antitrust was. Tommaso says that the economists can help us get back there, but Johnny, just sort of helping to finish this up. Why are silos so important? Separations.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, I should have seen that coming. You really did lead into it, and yet I'm caught by surprise. So the idea is this, that as an individual, if you are going to have agency, if you're going to have control over your destiny, if you're going to have control over your data, if you give me your data to use for one particular thing, I should not automatically use it for all of the other things that I would love to use it for. Now, that's a problem. It's a problem for two reasons. The first is my incentive. My incentive is to take Barry's data, his delivery address, and the flowers that I'm delivering for him, and to use that in all sorts of ways, and maybe even give it to my business partners, because I will make money by doing that. The second problem is that there is no one in the world who will be able to determine whether I am doing that. So we've got a confidence problem. If we had a separation of how the data are used inside businesses, you might see very, very large digital players emerge. But the ones that we have now in the market, they would probably be subject to something like a functional separation. They wouldn't be able to roll data from one area into another.
But actually, and this is, I mean, you talk about silos internally, but we're also talking about, I mean, antitrust is a way of actually imposing silos externally through vertical separation, horizontal separation. So the key thing really is just making things smaller so that the power and the control of any one actor, the access to the data, is less.
I completely agree, except where I disagree. So we have two things going on. Right now, we've got these big walled gardens, and they have internal data free-for-alls that allows them to build these cascading monopolies. But we also have external data free-for-alls, where thousands of small firms are throwing very sensitive data around the place. Now, that's not a competition problem. It's not, although it's really bad news for some companies that we need not to die, like media firms. But you wouldn't describe that as a competition issue, but you'd certainly describe it as a catastrophe for privacy. So there's I wouldn't say there's a tension, but there's two different things going on.
All right, we just got a couple of minutes here, and actually I want to just put a really quick question to all of you. So Joseph Borrell, I mentioned that he gave this speech a couple of days ago, and he said, one of the things he said is, right now we have this fantastic relationship with the United States. We work remarkably well with the Biden administration. But imagine that we have a different president come January 2025 in the United States. We in Europe might not be able to depend on that president in the same way, on that administration, on the United States in the same way. So this clearly actually is something that affects competition policy when you're dealing with, here in Europe, super large US corporations that control so much of your communications and your data. Should Europe be now, this is the question, each of you, like, should Europe be moving now to assume the worst? Is that actually the safe way to do politics in this case? Assume the worst to basically guide your approach to US tech corporations. Assume the worst about future US politics.
Let me say, what happens in the US may be immaterial.
It doesn't stay in the US.
Well, I'm better to say the opposite. The crisis that we have, we own and we built. We're responsible for it. It doesn't matter what happens in the US. Europe said it was going to be a regulatory superpower in this domain. It said it, it thought it meant it, and it didn't. When Europe says things like that and then does not follow through, forget about the US harming European interests. Europe has failed to uphold its promise to itself. And that's an elite thing. No one else failed them. There's no crutch that was kicked out from under them. Let me give you a practical example of what I'm talking about. We have enforcers in these jurisdictions who have the power in law to literally kick down the doors of these companies and raid them. They can raid them. And for example, I'm Irish. If I were in a big tech firm and I lied, Oh, you don't need to look inside that phone, officer. You could put me in jail. They have that power. Now, of course, we can't get statistics to know if the number of times that power has been used is more than 0. We cannot obtain those statistics. But clearly there's a problem. Now, that problem, you might imagine, lives in the member states, but actually it lives right at the top in the European Commission. And if the European Commission is not even making sure that it delivers on those kind of things, it doesn't matter what the next administration is.
That's great. I love the idea. The commission has the power to kick down the doors of the American corporations. So just real quick, I mean, should this be the approach? And this just, we got to get out of this, but like 2 lines, 3 lines. Christina?
I mean, John is right. We are not strictly dependent in any way on what the US administration does. I mean, there are sort of waves of agreement and less agreement. We do our own thing. The issue is, what do we do here, and does it matter? And are we able to really follow it through? I think the intention is good, but I think it is also very difficult to see that this is going to have effects, because I think the implementation is too slow and problematic. And so I think, as I said, that what we'll see is management of the regulation, no real change on the ground. And that is something, partly because I think that these companies do not take anything terribly seriously if it doesn't happen in the US. They take it seriously, but it isn't going to matter what happens really with the DMA.
Okay. Lisa, just 2
Very,
lines.
very quickly, yes. So we are living in a digital economy where the pinnacle of that digital economy is data. The US, the EU, and China looks very differently on data. In the US, they fully commercialize data, whereas in EU, we're a little bit, we are thinking about privacy, but we also want to commercialize data. And then in China, they think about data as a national security issue. So I do think that we have a very geopolitical different way of looking at data. So, but whether you have one administration versus the other, I don't think that changes the way we look at it. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, and Tommaso, last words.
Yeah, so should Europe act now? Yes, of course, it's probably late. 95% of searches done in Europe initiate on a single search engine, which is Google. During the pandemic, 70% of online purchases started on one platform, which was Amazon. 95% of social networks of people about the age of 30 are on Facebook. So this is dependence on American firms. It's nothing to do with what Europe claims it is trying to achieve, which is resilience. That's exactly the opposite. So this is, once again, I mean, going ahead, there is an opportunity to understand that competition will bring resilience by fighting those monopolies. In addition, I also have the obvious consideration that Europe should respond to its own constituency. So, and the constituency is, of course, European citizens, but also European firms. It makes a lot of sense to try to get more European firms that should be able to survive, not just to be bought and acquired by American companies. So Europe has a clear direction in front of them. But at the same time, because this is a global problem, you cannot imagine that Europe can act alone. So we really need also a good conversation, transatlantic, and also in Asia and Australia, because otherwise, I mean, these are the largest companies in the world, and they're worth trillions of dollars in the market capitalization, and not single geopolitical bloc can go after them alone.
Great. Well, can you join me in thanking this great conversation? So we have a break at 12:20. Please don't leave yet. Then that's our lunch break. We're going to go directly. I just saw Alan Riley run out. He was supposed to be running into the room, not running out of the room. So anyway, we're just going to go into this next conversation. Actually, Umberto, if you can. And we're going to start this with a short 6-minute conversation between Rana Foroohar and Christopher Gopal, who Rana Foroohar, as many of you know, is a columnist for the Financial Times, and she actually has a new book out, which is called Homecoming. And she's on the board of the Open Markets Institute. Rana is one of the people who has actually focused on this issue, which we're about to talk about, which is the threat that comes from the concentration of capacity within supply chains. She's one of the few journalists who's really focused on this in a deep way for a number of years now. Christopher Gopal is one of the guys who created the problem. He is one of the great engineers of supply chains. He actually says, I'm the guy who created the financialized supply chain back in the early 1990s. And he goes, and I repent. But Christopher Gopal has actually since then has become one of the guys who actually explains why supply chains don't work anymore and why they're so dangerous. So we're going to start with, actually, Alan, you come on up. Yeah, but we're going to start with this 6-minute video, and then we're going to get into a quick conversation to try and unpack some of this.
Okay.
Chris, I am so pleased to be here with you. You are probably the world's expert in supply chains, in resiliency, in really navigating the kind of risk profile that companies and countries are dealing with right now. And, you know, we've seen a lot of this in the last few years through the pandemic with war in Ukraine, but we are heading potentially with the decoupling of the US and China, with increased tensions in the South China Seas, and with the potential really of a war over Taiwan, with something much bigger than what we've seen already. Let me start by asking you the big picture question, which is that, are we ready for this?
And the big picture answer, Rana, is no. We are not ready for it. Just to give you a few points of context. The Russia issue is huge and will cause a great deal of grief to a lot of people. But this is nothing compared to the type of impact that something over in China and Taiwan can have on us. Russia has probably 4 to 6 major leverage points by which it can disrupt supply chains, and some of them are not global. China has hundreds.
Wow.
Just to give you one example, and when I say people are not ready for this, when we talk about the chip industry and the chip problem, what we felt in COVID was a hiccup. If the chips from China and Taiwan are blocked from coming in for any reason, those two together own about 20 to 30% of the world's production and the high-end chips. More to the point, the impact is not just on the chip industry, $100 billion or plus. The impact, those are the primary industries. The impact goes onto the secondary industries, defense and aerospace, automobiles, heavy trucks, industrial equipment, infrastructure, all of these things, and then cascades to things like tourism, food production, traffic lights, shipping, everything else. Something like that would have enormous impact. It could bring countries to their knees.
So you're talking, I want to actually step back because you've just said something that is even more sort of sobering than what I was already thinking about the scenario. You're saying in the case of the war in Ukraine, we were dealing with 4, 5, 6 sort of production lines that were interrupted, and even those have caused major impact. I mean, Europe is having its third worst year in the post-war World War II period. That goes up to hundreds in the case of China. You've just laid out one of those, semiconductors. Now, I can tell you, because I was literally speaking to some officials in Washington a few days ago, there is, to my understanding, only a kind of a vague sense of what are the most crucial supply chains and how might we protect them. There were certainly not hundreds on that list. I'm not even sure if there were a dozen on that list. Tell us, aside from semiconductors, and I want to dig in more with that, what are we talking about here that could potentially be cut off tomorrow if there were a blockade of Taiwan?
Well, I hate to say even worse. There could be an even worse than semiconductors, is pharmaceuticals. China produces, the numbers vary from place to place, about 90% of the antibiotics. A lot of the pharmaceutical chemicals, the APIs used in the production of pharmaceuticals, cortisone, all of these things, ascorbic acid. If that gets cut off, we have no pharmaceuticals, we have no antibiotics. Enough with the place comes down because of the lack of semiconductors, the place comes down because we have no medications. Our PPEs and so on are built in those areas. A cutoff from those areas would be calamitous.
It's so interesting because as difficult as the situation was post-COVID with PPE, I know in the US, we're basically back to normal, meaning whatever domestic and regional allied production we had of those things is, we've gone back to the efficient markets normal of simply sourcing from the cheapest place, which tends to be China. Has Europe thought about this in any more depth than the US has?
From all my discussions with people in Europe, and they've been mainly companies, I have to add, not Europe as government or policy. The answer is no. People are very concerned about the shorter time frame things. And you're right, we are going back to the old normal. So, the financialization of the supply chain, as you so rightly put it some time back, where we hit just-in-time inventory, lowest cost, assets going out. And for instance, one of the biggest companies in the US, in the world rather, has just announced that they're going back to China for cheap chips. Not having learned any of the lessons that, that people have been trying to teach them over the last so on. So I think we're going back to the old norm.
I think you may be talking about Apple.
Right, does it work? Yes. Hello everybody. My name is Umberto Gambini. I'm Senior Director at Visa Partners. I started in January and I was in the Parliament for 15 years. Did a bit of work on the Google shopping case since 2012 and followed also the EP and China delegation. So the issue of Taiwan is very interesting. I thank Barry to my right. It's a bit strange, but to my right, Barry told me, "Oh, would you mind come and help moderate and ask a few questions, maybe to people which are non-experts?" So I said, "Yeah, sure, for friends." And there is a lot of friends and like-minded partners here. I'm happy to do this. Barry, I don't think needs an introduction. You know him, you know him, and I would rather present Alan Riley, which is obviously a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. But most of all, I think you brought a little case on Gazprom in 2012, which I think shows that you understood some of the issue and the fragilities here quite well. So maybe I'll leave it to you for a couple of minutes, and then Barry, and then maybe I can come in with some stupid question from the people which are non-expert and maybe listening online.
Yeah, I didn't actually personally bring the Gazprom complaint, although I did find out that I had more to do with it than I originally believed. Because when I was acting as an advisor to a PhD student at the Central European University, she went round and did all of these interviews with everybody involved in the case. And when she asked the the then Prime Minister of Lithuania, why did he file the complaint? She says, "I went to this lecture by this English law professor, and he said it was," and so apparently it was my fault. So I didn't realize, but anyhow, there you go. So indirectly, the thing about what I would say about this is that Gazprom, I think, the issue has a number of lessons. And where I'd start with is a very peculiar, this goes back a very long way. In about 2004, I went to this extremely peculiar seminar in Berlin with and normally if you go to a seminar in Germany, everyone's terribly respectable and so forth. But on the Russia-German relationship with some Anglo-Americans in the room, my goodness, it was like the House of Commons in full cry. It was unbelievable. And it was this inability even then to recognize the vulnerabilities, doing these with these relationships, building these relationships with Russia and sustaining them and willing to do them almost without regard to anything else. So one of the things that I didn't understand, I found incredibly peculiar, is I'm going to use Lithuania as an example again. Lithuania spent about $150 million, which in energy terms is cheap as chips, for a regas ship, which is basically it's an LNG tanker with a gasification technology on the ship. So you can bring another LNG tanker in, put the liquid gas in and regasify it. For that, they got 4 billion cubic meters of capacity, which is enough gas, not just for Lithuania, but for all the Baltic states. So I remember saying to the Germans after that particularly interesting seminar in 2004, I said, why don't you just go out and do what the Lithuanians have done and buy like 5 of these, and then you've always got a backup. You've always got an alternative. But this sense, and I think what you have is obviously got the underlying Russian, we have this great relationship with Russia and so forth, but also the kind of antitrust issue. So the concentration questions are not important. You begin to not take account of that. So, you have in the early 2010s, you've got these deals which are done. So Gazprom's already providing, by that point, around 25, 30% of all of the gas being imported in, I think at that point, almost the gas being used in Germany. And it's perfectly okay for Gazprom to buy downward through the entire networks, all the storage facilities, and buy a lot of the pipeline networks. So most of the pipeline networks connected, not just Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, but all the connecting pipelines into Germany, both for westward along a pipeline called Nel, and then through these 2 other pipelines, Opal and Eugal. The Russians have got substantial interest in all of this. So, and on top of that, they buy all the storage. So even when after 2013, it became clear that the Groningen Great Gas Field, which was producing 50 billion cubic meters a year of gas for Europe in 2013, and today is producing 2.8. Even when it was clear that we were going to lose so much domestic production from the Groningen field, largely because there was earth tremors in the territory around Groningen where the field is, they began to progressively close it down. Germany, just all it did is it took the simplest option of taking more gas from Russia. So it went up progressively. So it ended up just before the war, I think 55% of all Russian gas imports, or gas imports for Germany were from Russia. So you end up massively enhancing the monopoly, the dominant power of Gazprom. There's no security screening issues or questions about that. Nobody raises any issues about the dominance issues within the German regulatory structures at all. And this is before I get on to the Commission. I said the Commission in 2012, I think it was actually 2011, the original complaint went in from Lithuania, so from a member state backed by another member state, Poland. And initially you had this vast numbers of a very serious large-scale dawn raid in 2012. And everyone thought, my goodness, are they going to do something? The answer to which was no. And the inability of the Commission to actually deal with this, first of all, they took an incredibly long time. And the second, after the kind of the mountain of the dawn raids, we had the molehill of the commitment decision. And there was no sense that there was an unwillingness to link in all of the issues, that if you have a dominant player which is allowed to acquire, to build, or because you could, in a traditional approach, a dominant player which restricts the building of infrastructure, you can see how that's an abuse of dominance, but it also can operate the other way around. If you essentially create a situation where they have complete control of all the pipelines and they're able to decide where it goes and also threaten companies and states. So we had a situation that, remember, the case is launched in 2011. They do dawn raids in 2012. The commission ends up with a mousy result in 2018, March 2018. But in 2015, Gazprom does something else. Because basically the Ukrainians aren't buying any more gas on reverse flow, gas directly from Russia. They buy it on reverse flow, that is either buy it from Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary, and into Ukraine. So they reverse the pipelines and send the gas back, which is actually a triumph of European kind of gas liberalization. The response whilst this case is going on, the response of Moscow to this is to start to attack all of the gas flowing to Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary to stop any gas going to Ukraine. Now, ultimately, for a whole host of reasons, they fail. But was there any reaction from DG Comp? Zero. It's all too complicated and too difficult. And so in a sense that they were quite happy to deal with US companies and European companies, but they just don't want to get into the whole Russian thing. And actually we have this more recently because one of the major reasons for the huge increase in energy prices is Gazprom. Essentially, what happened from the spring of 2021 was we had the traditional practices of Gazprom were, one, to provide gas under long-term supply contract, second, to provide gas into refill. So basically, during the spring, you put gas into the storages in Europe from Russia, and this is a classic practice through spring, summer, into early autumn, so it can be used in late autumn, and provide gas as on demand into the European spot market. That was what was normally happening. So in the spring of 2021, well before the war, Gazprom essentially stops providing gas at scale for storage and for refill, and gas onto the spot market, only gas for long-term supply contracts. And of course, as the prices began to rise, because 70% of the long-term supply contracts are linked to the spot market price, obviously the prices overall increase. You don't really have to affect the long-term supply contract. You just take the benefit of the increased price. And what you saw was hardly any response. I wrote a piece about it in about May of 2021, and I went into the commission in June of 2021, and I wrote a note about this saying, for God's sake, there is action. Nothing. I think the first official thing was from Timmermans in October of 2021, and when it was already significantly in play. And the point about it is the extent to, if you like, the abusive behavior. Is abuse as a technical matter of law, and abuse as an abuse, if you like, see what I mean, was that half of all of the gas deficit in the storages in Europe compared to what it would be in ordinary years was from Gazprom storages. And Gazprom storages are only 10% of storages in Europe. So some of the German storages, remember the Germans had sold all these a few years before to Gazprom, were at the beginning of winter, when they should have been 80 to 90% full, were 5 to 10% full. And this was clear. And what we realize now with the war is that, in fact, this was a softening up exercise to soften up Europe, so it wouldn't hopefully help the Ukrainians too much when they attacked. That's what it was about. It's a form of economic hybrid warfare in this context. And the answer you've still got to ask now is, where is DG Comp? Because you have an issue of refusal to supply by a dominant player. My understanding is that the Ukrainians have been in to see DG Comp, and DG Comp showed very little interest. So, I mean, there is a history to this of simply, and what the question you've got to ask yourself, I think, is DG Comp can deal with, if you like, commercial Western democratic structures and businesses within them, but perhaps it simply cannot cope when there's a geopolitical edge to it. Do we need something else to deal with that? I mean, one of my arguments is to say, well, perhaps we need a different, perhaps part of DG Trade with a more some people from DG Trade and DG NEAR, and they should deal with, say, Russian and Chinese cases and other cases where there's a geopolitical edge, and not DG Comp, because there seems to be a real inability to protect the market, to realize that there's a whole series of other factors going on here, which, and also I think it comes down to also an issue of courage. And I think through the whole of this, DG Comp has displayed very little courage indeed. Perhaps the real solution is if the Ukrainians join the union soon as, perhaps we need a Ukrainian commissioner to run DG Comp. I'll stop there.
So why are we having a conversation about supply chains and about Gazprom in this, in a discussion about monopoly? And I think that Alan's presentation, his discussion right there, gave you a pretty good sense. I mean, Gazprom is a fantastic lesson in monopoly structure, monopoly power, how monopolies act, and also our failure to deal with monopoly. Why? This is probably the first conversation in Europe about sort of supply chain risk. In certainly a long time, but earlier today we heard Stephanie Jan Cortan, sort of bring up this issue. I don't think, I've looked around, I don't think there's been much other discussion about this in the Parliament. I think Paul Tang is going to touch on this later. This is actually how I got into thinking about concentrated power. I used to run a magazine called Global Business. I had no focus. I had really no knowledge of competition policy 25 years ago. It was something that I'd read about in my civics books when I was in 7th grade. But I did understand something about supply chains from running this magazine, and there was what sort of woke me up, what sort of carried me into this different world was a supply chain crisis. And that was in 1999, there was an earthquake in Taiwan. This is in 1999, there was an earthquake in Taiwan, and it disrupted the flow of semiconductors out of Taiwan. And within days, all of these factories all around the world shut down. 1999, an earthquake in Taiwan, and factories in California, in Texas, in Europe, and China shut down because of an earthquake in one place. One of the things is that we learn as a people, going back to like when we're 6 years old, we're told, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And why? Well, if you drop the basket, you have no eggs. And here was a proof that we as a nation, United States, but we as the people of the world had put all of our eggs in one basket. In this case, really important eggs, semiconductors. So that lesson, that first lesson came in 1999. It didn't used to be that way. And then it became that way. And so one of the reasons that we're putting this discussion out today about supply chain concentration, about over-reliance on a single source of energy, is because they are important in and of themselves. We have to deal with these issues. We cannot not deal with these issues. If we don't deal with these issues, everything that we have seen in recent years with the lack of PPE for the COVID, all of these disruptions we're seeing because of Gazprom, the war, it's going to get vastly worse. As we heard Chris Gopal say, it's like if there's a disruption in trade with China, we don't have drugs. There's no drugs in the pharmacies. We don't have processed food because the chemicals that go in our processed food, they'll be cut off. We don't have agricultural chemicals because they've been concentrated in China. Now, Christina earlier talked about how, the science of the so-called science of antitrust economics is BS. It's mumbo jumbo. And actually, we can continue to talk about the role of economics going forward. And I think economics does play a huge role going forward, will play a huge role. But we have to recognize that these economics, as we have embraced it these last 30 years, has blinded us in ways that are really scary. We missed, as a society, we did not understand what Gazprom was doing, what Russia was doing, what Putin was doing. We have missed the way that China has operated as a monopolist and has concentrated control over all these capacities for things that we need, which gives them direct control over us. We have been blinded, and now we are awakening, and it's going to be really rough. But as we figure out what to do about this. But anyway, that's just, this is going to be, it's very much part of any conversation about the future of competition policy.
Right, good kickoff. My first question was, do we finally realize that we have all our eggs in the same basket? But I was reading a bit, and I've read that 92% of the world highest end semiconductor are built and produced in Taiwan. So obviously there is an election entre guillemets in China for the president. I was wondering, first of all, I've got two questions. Do we have a plan? Does Europe or the US have a plan if China blockades or invades Taiwan? Question number one. Question number two, for energy. Winter is indeed coming. Everybody has received an email where our bills will increase, at least here in Belgium, but I think all over Europe. With the war now, do our policymaker, are we ready? Have we realized? Do you think this is just a momentum, a short momentum, or do you think we have a paradigm switch and we finally understand that the fragility is a structural one? So these are my two maybe first observation for both of you.
I'll start with the energy stuff. My fear is that there isn't a recognition. We're still far too much in I'll give you an example of this. One of the difficulties, I mentioned earlier about the LNG regas ships, they're actually relatively easy to get hold of. Germany managed to get 4 or 5 of these in German harbors, and I think they're more or less in place or in a process of being in place. So one way is great. Germany can now receive gas. The problem is the other side. It's the actual production of the gas. It's the liquefaction terminals to turn it into liquid, and the liquid, and then shipping it to Europe. That's very expensive, and it'll take. You're talking easily spending $10 or $20 billion for each major train of these. There are several trains of LNG production and all the pipelines and so on. The problem is that you can't just speculatively invest in this. You need a long-term contract, and these would normally be typically 20 years. And the reaction of a lot of European entities is to say, we can't possibly do this because we've got to be net zero by 2030. Well, the answer will be, then you won't be getting any LNG. And you have the fierce reality of now. And also the problem is that you're never going to reach 2030 anyhow. And so what you're going to have is you're not going to reach your climate goals, and you're not going to have any energy. And there is this takes you back to is that on all of these fronts, there's a complete lack of reality, and to get to grips with the threats we pose, both climate threats, the reality of climate threats, and the reality of supply security. We're still living in a different world where we're basically creating plans on paper which don't fit in with the actual capacity, the physical capacity, the capital costs of developing enough supply immediately for the next few years for in energy security terms, and for dealing with the realities of what you need to deal with climate change. So you can see there is that we are still this blindedness exists. And what you see, what I find also is a huge element of like in the video discussion, is that there's this tremendous willingness just to turn back to normal. All we want is for the Russian water to end and for everything to turn back to normal. That is what we want. We want business as usual as soon as possible. And that I don't think is really possible, but that is what the kind of the fierce position that's taken on all of this, which is very difficult to deal with.
I like that term, fierce reality of now. It is kind of a fierce reality we're dealing with. So your question, Umberto, was, do we have a plan? And actually, Rana answered that. And when she said that, having knocked on a bunch of doors in Washington a couple of weeks ago, she said, there's only the most vague sense about the nature of this crisis. And she wrote a piece. I actually encourage folks to read it. Rana wrote a column, this was about 3 weeks ago, that said, the United States needs a plan. And so we're in a situation in which our nations, our societies, Europe and the United States, we have together wandered down this utopian path, for the last 30 years. The path that was put into place by Bill Clinton and Tony Blair and various German chancellors, in which we just don't have to worry about power anymore. So there is no plan right now. And I've spent a lot of time knocking on the doors here and in Washington, and I have a lot of friends on the inside. And if something happens, if there's a blockade, if there is an invasion, if there's a simple embargo, just China decides to close its doors, no one has any idea what we do on day one. And will China do that? I would just I'm going to make 2 points, and then one is China would get hurt by any such action. This would be a two-way street, but we should remember we are being very provocative right now with China. The United States just imposed sanctions on China last week, very damaging sanctions on their industry. We did this a couple of years ago with Huawei. At a certain point, the poking and the pushing, there's going to be a reaction. It's just human beings are that way. So if anything, we are pushing the Chinese to the point where they will react. And the second thing is just when we say this, I just want to make sure that everyone understands this is not xenophobia, because I know there's a lot of sense sometimes that Americans are xenophobic, that we are a declining empire that is trying to sort of protect its hegemonic status. The Chinese didn't do anything wrong here. We made the decisions that put all of that capacity in China. We made the decisions that put all that capacity in Taiwan. We did this to ourselves. And it's only human to say, well, if you have put a leash around your neck and you gave me the other end of that leash, it's only human at some point to say, I might pull that leash and see how you're going to react. So this has nothing to do with any bad actions by China. It has nothing to do with that the Chinese are in any way unnecessarily aggressive or antagonistic. We did this. This is actually what Johnny was saying in the previous conversation. We did this to ourselves.
I've been told we've got 2 minutes. We've seen the fragility in when the boat went across the Canal de Suez it's an example which everybody saw what happened. What should Europe and America do tomorrow? Give me one or two things. That's it, and we can end on this because we've got 1.5 minutes now.
Well, I actually think to some degree the energy shock is of sufficient scale that we are actually going to do things. So I'm just focusing on the energy issue. So I can see that we will be using a lot more US LNG in future. I think it will actually have a positive effect on a lot of the development of climate change, of alternatives, alternative fuels, both in terms of rollout and R&D. So I think in the longer run, we're okay. Our real problem is the next 3 to 4 years, simply because there isn't enough gas in the world easily to replace Russian production unless the Chinese economy continues to fall. If we have very low growth in China, then we may squeak this, but you can see the shock and the very high prices. And what it's done, I think it's done a fundamental, which may be of more broader use, it's a lesson that energy is absolutely fundamental. It's not just another commodity. Without it, nothing else runs. And at some point in the last 30 years, we lost that lesson. And we just did anything pretty much could go, and you could have any entity from any country taking parts of your downstream assets and providing you with vast amounts of energy, and you're not thinking about it. And so I think that will change.
Yeah, real quick. I mean, I think we should have to understand this as a threat that we can no longer ignore, and then see through the threat to the immense opportunity that lies beyond. It's like, this does not mean that something bad is going to happen. If we recognize, the sooner we recognize the magnitude of the threat, the sooner we start to take the actions that avoid catastrophe. If we continue to hide the threat from ourselves, that's what will lead us into a very, very bad place. If we take this seriously, we rebuild industrial capacity in a way that radically increases innovation and decarbonization. You know, I think we heard this from Stephanie Cartan. There's a brand new attitude. So if the future can be vastly better, if we just admit the problems that we face today, as Alan just said, the fierce reality of now. Yeah, so now we're actually going to lunch. So we'll be back in here at 12:45. We have I think I saw Max Schrems in the back of the room, but we have this great keynote by Max Schrems at 12:45.
I already know who I would actually talk to.
Good to see you. I was afraid that you get shown on the way back.
And after this, he's spending it all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we make that happen again? Ladies and gentlemen, introducing sound effects and new ideas. I wasn't serious when I asked you to do that. Okay. I'll try speaking into this one. Let me introduce Max Schrems, a friend to all data subjects, and a friend to diligent data protection officers everywhere. He gives them a reason to exist because very few others do. They are a neglected community. Max, as a lowly, no doubt highly performing, well-regarded law student, took issue with a company called Facebook, and that issue, through a process of neglect and adversarial demands on Max's part, ended up escalating through a chain of ignominious dispute and recrimination, ended up in the European Court of Justice, not once, but twice, and possibly thrice. Let's see how things go. There was a recent costs hearing in the relevant Irish court where Max had taken some much discussed litigation, and the judge was trying to figure out, should Max have to pay legal costs for having taken the world to court? And various parties were saying, well, we clearly think he should because he's a terrible nuisance and he shouldn't have been in this litigation. And the judge said, removing this individual from this case would have been like having Hamlet without the prince. So I give you the prince, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks a lot. I'm not sure if I agree, but anyways, also on the highly performing, like in Austria, you basically got Fs and Ds in law school, and I think my average is a D, so it doesn't get better than that. I'm not sure if I was highly performing in law school though. Yeah, I was basically asked to talk about three things that may be useful for this community. And the first one was that I should talk a bit about enforcement and the promises of the GDPR, and I think that may be useful for other digital topics as well, or digital legislation. I remember that when like Reading came up, with the GDPR proposal. She talked about that Austrian student back then, saying that it's going to be all super easy. He's just going to walk into his local data protection authority, file his complaint, and everything is going to be taken care of in a flash, because we now have a one-stop shop for everybody and everything is going to be great. I just read the documents of the EDBB that is now in charge of all of that. I think that must have been 8 or 9 years later by then, or at least 6 years since the law was passed. And the first item is that person even a party to the procedure? That's what we're debating right now, 6 years after the law has passed and 4.5 years since it's in operation. I think that is where we can learn from GDPR how to do it better in other areas, on how we can get enforcement systems that work better. The GDPR had a bit of a problem there, because under law, there has to be an independent enforcement body. So politics had less leverage of how to do that and how to organize it. There had to be kind of these independent bodies somewhere. But I think it's quite interesting to see how it's easy, or somewhat easy, to put in a law to say, you guys just cooperate, which, for example, the GDPR says. But to put that into operation is a very different ballgame. And we now see with the GDPR that we're in an environment where the other side has a lot of money and resources, and just throws that at every little comma in the law that you could potentially think to interpret somehow differently. And we see that very in our daily operation in very different ways. Like the normal controller usually gets back and says, okay, we accept we have a problem here, we're going to fix it, sorry. And we usually tag back the complaint and the thing is done. Very different for the big tech law firms. They usually get the most well-paid law firm of the country, and just submit, instead of 2 pages that are necessary, 100 pages, running down the regulator, running down every other party, just causing that much friction that they just delay things further. And I joke just out there in the coffee, like the latest penalty on Instagram, for example, so Facebook, was 400 million. But if you delay that for 10 years at the current rate of inflation, it probably halved. And that's kind of what's happening here. And that is kind of interesting that we, I think, have very different cultures there. And I studied at the time in California for half a year. And at the law school there in the Silicon Valley, we were not asked if something is legal or not. Our exam was not, figure out what's legal and what's not. Our exam was figure out how likely it is that there's going to be enforcement and how likely it is that you get away with it somehow. Not that we wouldn't do that in Austria either, but we wouldn't be that proud about it, and we would probably not take it to the same extreme. And I think that is something that we have to be aware of, that this, there was the slogan of like move fast and break things. That's very much that culture. And I'm deeply not a fan of like serious enforcement and serious penalties and having a penalty on everything in life. But if we have a group that just looks for every little spot where they can take some kind of advantage, unless it's absolutely prohibited and there's going to be a consequence, then you also have to shift how you do that. And we may have to also think that is one other learning lesson maybe from the GDPR, how to separate that. So the GDPR, there was the industry basically wanted to have this one size fits all law. And that may not be the right approach here. We may need to say there's a tier 1, tier B type of company, for example, the smaller ones where we kind of expect that they generally follow the law because they're terrified anyways. And then like a different group that may have a bit of a different approach or a different, for example, evidence that they have to provide, documentation that they need to have. I usually said for an average company, I would probably have the GDPR, because most of these articles are just irrelevant for small companies. But by this one size fits all thing, which largely came from the big industry, they knew what they were doing. They were like, okay, let's do a one size fits all, so everybody hates the law later. And we get away because the middle ground is going to be easier for us and too hard for the small ones, for example. I think that is stuff that we see play out in daily reality now. The other thing that we see is that a lot of it is branding. So the GDPR, usually people have interaction with it with a company. So the framing of how you interact with this law is done by a company. Typical example is the cookie banner. And that's the reason everybody hates that law, because every time they deal with it is in a framing that is set by companies in very deliberate ways. And that is something we now also see that we see more and more, especially in the German-speaking area, a bit in the Netherlands as well, that courts just got that into their system to feel, okay, this went too far, this is all crazy, and come up with another and another and another reason why somehow we can't enforce that, why some decision by DPA has to be overturned. And when you read these judgments, some of them are for very good reasons and for absolutely fair reasons. Some of them, when you read them, you just feel how there is kind of this idea of let's kill this somehow. And that is also something I think we can learn from the GDPR. We were kind of like, we got 96%, I think, in the European Parliament voting for it. It's all great, a huge democratic success, everybody likes it. But then the PR that was done outside of the Brussels bubble was so devastating that now the people that are decision makers somewhere, the local courts somewhere in Germany, feel that they actually have to help these companies. And that is quite interesting how this dynamic now changes our enforcement in daily life, how we deal with it. A big part of that, and that's just a side note, it's probably because I'm from a German-speaking country, but we also see a combination of this industry law firms doing the commentary on all of that, then being sucked up by the judges. That's very specific to the German-speaking area, because this commentary idea that judges actually read books and then follow the books is more of a thing in the Germanic area than in other countries. But we see that's basically written by the same people. And then you have a judge citing back the industry lawyer to you. That is kind of amazing. And we see all these situations. So long story short, on the first part, on this kind of enforcement part, I think we just have to acknowledge that we're great in the European Union to pass new laws and invent new rights, but then have to see how we actually follow up with them, and may have to promise sometimes a little bit less, but tougher, and make sure it actually is received on the ground and is actually, for example, in the case of the GDPR, actually arriving on your cell phone and not just on paper. Again, that's very specific to this digital sphere, where just there is very aggressive non-compliance, and it's different than anything like a building code where people generally comply with it. The second part I was asked to talk about, and I cannot talk much about it, was the competition and privacy connection. Which I mainly think is interesting because we hear about it at conferences and talks a lot. But at least on the enforcement side in daily practice, I think there's one case I'm aware of that's currently at the Court of Justice, where the German competition authority tried to kind of enforce the GDPR through competition means. But that is kind of the only case I've ever seen. And that was kind of interesting because there was a lot of talks about it, a lot of like ideas around that. But again, it's interesting how we can materialize them, how we can get them on the ground, and how we can actually get something out of that. And I think where, from a privacy perspective, it plays in a lot is this idea that for a long time, the idea was that we can enforce privacy with this kind of notice and choice idea. So we just slap a huge sticker on the companies that they're terrible and people will go somewhere else. This has never really worked anyways, but it even works less if you have monopolies. And we saw that, for example, when I started with the Facebook cases, one of the biggest newspaper articles the first 2 months when I actually worked on that was on the front page of the German Bild Zeitung, which is the biggest tabloid in Europe, in Germany, hugely influential. Once it was on the front page, literally there was 2 hours later, a TV satellite truck in front of my mom's house to do that, because in Germany, if the Bild Zeitung has it on cover, it's a thing. However, Facebook didn't even react to any of that. No PR, nothing even answering it. And the rationale was logical at the time. It's like, they were like, we all know you hate us, but where else do you want to go? And that continues now after buying WhatsApp and Instagram. Is the reality is, where else are you going to go? You're just going to have a different logo, but the same company behind it that uses the same data pool. And that makes it very hard to get any market reaction, and makes it very simple also for advocates on the other side to say, oh, people are here because they don't want to go anywhere else anyways. The reality is there's not really an option. And I think that is, in the digital sphere, super interesting, because zooming out, we see this move from a very open internet where everything is interoperable. That was the whole idea of the World Wide Web, is you can have any provider, any server, everything is connected. You can email from each email provider to another email provider. And now we have this closed networks on top of it, where exactly these dynamics are lost. And it's interesting because we usually in Europe opened up networks. We said, okay, gas networks, electricity lines, whatever, we open all of them up and make it a huge competition. Online, we're moving the other direction. And one part that I wanted to throw in on that is what I feel, at least when I talk to people, again, I'm not the expert on this, is that the Silicon Valley has a different view of competition. It has an idea of a runoff competition. So there's 5 Uber apps And whoever has the most money and dumps everybody else off the market is going to have that network effect at some point and then monopolizes the thing. And that's a very different view than I was taught how competition works, which is like an ongoing continuous competition of 10 competitors that stay there. And I think that is a very interesting, different idea of how competition works. And a lot of this innovation and novel ideas just doesn't deliver. If you look at Facebook, it's not better or more innovative or greater than 10 years ago. It's more or less the same thing. And where you could have expected, given technical developments, that there would be a lot of new stuff. But that's really not happening that much. And I think that is interesting on this competition part. The last thing I was asked to talk about is how to break through kind of the Brussels bubble as well a little bit, is how to kind of, get, I was at the time a student, how I was like suddenly invited at the European Parliament to talk about privacy. I think at the time what was interesting, I was probably one of the little people that ever really went to a court and actually enforced that. So just a lot of people wrote about it and I just tried it. And I think that was interesting. And I see that even in the GDPR negotiations, is still that at the time, my benefit was I was one of the only people on the user side. On the lobbyist side, on the company side, there were hundreds of lobbyists that all wanted to kind of influence the GDPR. The problem was a lot of them had no clue how any business actually operates in practice. And I remember I had a conversation at the time with a lobbyist that was telling us that, we want to have that one size fits all and risk-based approach, and the law should just be vague and unclear, and therefore that's much better for business. I was like, I grew up in a business family. Like my mom has a shop with 5 people and she's 74 now. And she had like a newsletter tool where she sent like a newsletter to 5,000 people. She doesn't even know how Excel works. She's not going to do a risk assessment about her newsletter. It's simply not going to happen. She wants to have a law that says yes or no, what can I do and what I'm not allowed to do. And that was very interesting that I think a lot of this GDPR negotiations happened with people that didn't really know about anything, but were still accepted as experts here. And I think that is my biggest takeaway also from the company's side, when people now whine in absolutely legitimate ways about the GDPR, like these crazy people in Brussels have done X and Y and Z. Like that was not the crazy people in Brussels, that was the lobbyists that were allegedly representing you guys here. I think that was interesting because I think if we want to do better law there, we need to kind of break that barrier down. And in my specific situation was a member of the an Austrian member of the European Parliament that just heard about something I did on the radio and just had his assistant call me in for like this interview. And suddenly I was there at the European Parliament, talked about it, but I wouldn't have even known that I can be here. I wouldn't have even known who to contact. And just to kind of reach out to a couple of people in practice and say, I want you, come on in and tell us something about it, was, I think for me, the entry point to even be able to report what happens at the DPC in Ireland, the Austrian DSB, whatever it is. And I think that was, for me, probably how I, on my side, kind of got into that bubble a little bit and happily fly in and out once in a while. I hope that was useful for you all. And we said we have basically a chit chat thereafter.
That was great. And it's, we actually have Paul Tang in the back of the room. He's just taking off his scarf. So yeah, no, it's that was terrifically important. This is something that, this conversation that you mentioned, that we've, how do we bring privacy, regulation, and competition enforcement together? This was someone who's not in the room today, Christian Dacuna, who was at your EDPS for many years. We with Giovanni Butarelli, he helped to sort of organize this conversation. This is one of the goals of Giovanni. And it's still hanging out there. It hasn't been achieved. There's enormous potential, as Johnny was talked about, enormous potential here, but we haven't achieved it. So it's great that you are here with this community, because we're going to bring these two communities together. We're not going to put up with the separation. So just a couple quick questions. You were in California. You were in class. The lesson from class was, well, first, figure out how likely there will be enforcement. And then question 2, how likely is it that you can get away with it? Here in Europe, I mean, do European regulators, enforcers really understand the difference between US corporations and European corporations when there is a vis-a-vis a law that's on the books?
To be honest, I mean, I think a lot of the Europeans do the same calculations, just probably not that loudly and not that aggressively. As I said, I don't think it's a binary, like one person does that, like one country does that and another one not. I think the aggressiveness, and it's not even probably US, it's very much Silicon Valley, is another bubble even within the US. I would make that probably a bit more multidimensional, let's put it that way. But I don't think the regulators get it at all, like at least in the privacy world. And I got to say the privacy world is especially a special crowd of regulators. Most of them did not have, or a lot of them did not have enforcement powers before. Oftentimes they don't have training on how to do investigations. And for a lot of them, you would need more like a criminal investigator to a certain extent, like someone that really knows how to put someone in witness stand, grill them and get information out of that. What DPAs are doing is like sending a letter saying, oh, it would be nice if you could answer the following questions. And then the answer is fuck off, more or less, just in nicer wording. And you don't really get anywhere. So I think in that specific bubble, people have no clue how to do any of that. And we're still here, not everybody, but a good portion of the regulators are still in this like, oh, let's have amicable resolutions. Let's talk to each other. Let's advise companies on how to comply. And it's very interesting for me as also a citizen, why does a regulator that I pay with my taxpayer money explain to a company how to comply with the law? In my world, if I want to know how the tax code works, I have to go to a tax advisor and I have to pay that myself. And if I want to do all of these other things, the same thing is true. And it's very interesting that the Silicon Valley, let's put it that way, or these IT companies, or especially the data protection bubble, managed to get this kind of like, we are innovative and we're all new, so we have a special status. And I think that is also one of these like narratives that worked really well. We have one sticker for Neub that's like breaking the law is not innovative. But that's literally what they oftentimes say on a panel is like, I'm not going to follow that law because I'm innovative. And I was like, yeah, the mafia was innovative too, but you know, that's not really a justification. And that is, I think, a lot of like culture that is there that is different than the, you know, good old big corporation that wants to probably break the law somewhere as well or get some shortcut, but it's not as in your face oftentimes, I had the feeling. But I'm also not an expert on all the others. I just see what in this bubble I oftentimes feel puzzling.
Great. This is and actually I know you have to run because you have to actually get over to EDPS. So really kind of the last question is, you spoke a lot about, you know, GDPR. There was this huge hope, you know, we're going to pass this law and it's all going to be fixed. And then didn't happen. And then it still didn't happen. And it still hasn't happened. You know, and one of the lessons in the United States is the famous Sherman Antitrust Act passed in 1890. It really wasn't effective until 1913, 1914, when it was entirely reformed through the Clayton Antitrust Act. That was 25 years lost. That was terrible things happened during that period. How do we avoid that happening? How do we avoid losing 25 years by passing laws and then letting those laws be ignored or perverted in ways that overturn the purpose?
I mean, for the GDPR itself, we have this problem that basically the enforcement executive is done by the member states. So the EU can legislate and put a lot of paper there. But if the executive is with another like bubble, even like a different system, you just have executive that doesn't operate. And I think in the privacy bubble, that led to the discussion of like, how much do we have to move that to Europe? Because we can just not ensure that 30, including the European Economic Area, plus in Germany, 17 DPAs, because there's a federal system on top of it. So you talk about more than 40, almost 50 organizations all know how to actually do this enforcement and all are able to do that properly. So I think in the privacy field, the bubble became very much into like, how can we get that European? Because there is at least one place where you have to get the knowledge, the training and so on, that part. The second part, I think, is to a large extent really training at these operational parts. It was easy to say, oh, you're gonna just have qualified people. But where is the center where these people are trained? Where is the money for that oftentimes? Where it's just, I remember at the time, hard hard deadlines saying, someone that is heading a DPA must have X years of experience in the area, must have a legal degree, must have whatever it is, technical degree. There may be 10 things that are important, but we didn't do any of that. So we oftentimes just lack these kind of minor things in the first place that are important for operation, making it operational. Very similar in the procedure stuff. Now, there is the debate, for example, for the GDPR to have an additional procedural law that just fixes all these procedural issues that at the time when we passed the GDPR, we're obviously going to have it, but a lot of was like these political concessions to say, oh, we shouldn't get into procedural law too much because the member states are not going to like it, and so on. But a lot of these things were foreseeable. And one last part that I want to add, in the area that we're in, what would be super interesting is there is legal sociology, for example, as a study. I had to do like a super small script in my law school, but there is studies on how do corporations react to law. They are not good, and there's not much of it. And there would be probably, first of all, much more place to research that, to really say, as a decision maker in that company, how did you decide you do that or you don't do it? If you do that 100 times, you can probably get a pattern of what you would regulate and how you would push the buttons. And a lot of it, to be honest, is still theories. Like what I hear is like, we have that theory, for example, in Austria, that the decision maker has to pay the penalty, not the company. So therefore, the decision maker is going to make the right decisions because it's not going to be the company paying, but he personally will pay. That's one theory. If it's correct or not, I have no clue, but there is very little evidence on that. That would be interesting. And then if we think about how we do an enforceable law, talk to people that do this research on what are the elements we need here, because I think that was missing with the GDPR. We all sat on the table and we're like, yeah, penalties are cool. Enforcement is cool. Let's just put that in there. And but there was very little kind of empirical evidence on which elements we really need.
Well, actually, just one yes or no answer. That's all I'm looking for. When DG Comp waved through Google's acquisition of Fitbit, did that make your job easier?
I think Fitbit was maybe too small, but when they said, okay, Facebook just buy WhatsApp, I think we all agree now that that was not a good idea. And we definitely have exactly these problems right now that were anticipated at the time. And I think that there we definitely need to step up. That was more than yes or no, though.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. I now have the pleasure, we're a little bit behind time, so I'm going to go very quickly. I'm going to introduce Paul Tang, who has been a wonderful fighter for some of these issues for many years. He's with the Dutch Labour Party and the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, and he has been very active in the area of many areas, but including platform regulation, and I think has a very good idea that democracy is part of this formula. So I'll hand over without further ado to Paul Tang. I'm Nick Shaxson, by the way. I'm sorry. Apologies for that. I'm co-founder of the Balanced Economy Project. You saw Michelle, some of you saw Michelle earlier this morning on the video with a baby. She's my co-founder. We came together, and I'm going to be on another panel later, so I'll talk a bit more about myself then. But I'll hand over without further ado to Paul Tang and to Lisa.
All right, thank you. And it's a pity I can't be here much longer. I just heard a discussion on enforceable law. Do supervisors indeed maintain the law? I'd love to have more on that, because that's something that's, yeah, well, I see Johnny there, and we were just visiting Ireland and had this discussion, this exact same discussion with the DPC, of course. And it's a difficult but very important topic. I've seen many supervisors also. I remember during the financial crisis, we had strong, pretty heated discussions with the Dutch central bank, and I was very pleased that part of the supervision was moved from the Dutch level to the European level, because it was simply too cozy at the Dutch level. Regulatory capture, economists tend to say, but these things matter. And I've been myself a member of the Dutch Gambling Authority that was then initiated. And I already discovered there are two kinds of supervisions, one that look at the law and others that think what is the problem and how can we use the law to address this problem. So there are different types of supervision as well. Sorry, but just a pity I can't hear much longer, and I'm supposed to speak about, I think it's the threat to democracy and security. And I'm happy to do that because I think we are, I think we have felt the threat, but I will come to that later. Let me now start by, well, let's start with Elon Musk, I would say. Always good, right? Will he or will he not buy Twitter? But what I find very interesting that he advocates himself, portrays himself as a free speech absolutist. Everything that can be said, that should be everything needs to be said, must be said. He will bring Donald Trump back to Twitter. That's the idea. And I'm thinking, well, that's not really the main point, is it? It's not just what's on it, but what is shown that's so much very important. If I open up my Twitter account, there's a first tweet, and if I scroll, there are 15 tweets. So who decides what is being shown? So it's much more important, not what's on Twitter. It should, of course, within the legal boundaries. Kanye West was not in the legal boundaries, so that's very clear. But what is shown is very important, and that has changed dramatically over the years, of course, with the introduction of the like button, the share button. Algorithms are finding ways to tell us, to give us what we want, and to make also tweets or Facebook posts go viral. And in fact, this week we had a Dutch MEP that went viral. He was all happy because this is what you want to go. If you want Twitter or Facebook, you want to go viral, right? So that's I understand that. But he was all happy. But he because he had found out during the COVID hearings that we have in the European Parliament that the vaccinations were not tested on the transmission. So the transmission of the virus, and he says, see, they were introduced without being tested on transmission, which is, when you start to think about it, pretty obvious, because you do a trial to see what the effect is on the individual, but you can't test the effect on the group. So that is only after you introduce the vaccine, after you have to introduce the vaccination. So in a sense, it was clearly putting out a lie, but the lie went viral, and he's from a right-wing populist party in the Netherlands. He had up with Tucker at Fox News. So that was his day. My problem is that these type of lies can go viral, and you see rebuttals, but they are not enough to counter the post or the tweet that goes viral. And this is the mechanism in social media that is very much driving. We want to have disagreement, and preferably indignant disagreement. And this is what has been discovered very much by the algorithms that tells us what to show, that this mechanism works. Of course, in a sense, it's not new. I remember being in national parliament that I sometimes had a deal with the opposition. I was in government party, other party was in opposition, and we said to each other, we're going to fight, you and I. We're going to fight, you and I. And we did. We had, of course, the justification was to show the differences between opposition and government. It's good, it gives clarity in politics. But of course, we were perfectly aware that if you fight, you dominate the debate, and the next day you're in the media. So that's sort of, so yeah, disagreement, and indignant disagreement. I know that. The problem is, of course, that it has become scalable. Then it was just in Parliament, and that's a confined place and a bit in the media. But this has become scalable and has huge effects on the public debate. Driving this is that why do the algorithms promote disagreement, why they want to, and the reason is it gets our attention, right? And it keeps our attention, and the attention is needed because the companies sell ads. So Facebook is they are Are they innovative? I don't know. They're a technology company. No, they are an ad company. That's what it is. So even 98% of your revenue is from ads. So what does it make you a technology company? Probably not. So the aim of the algorithms is clue them to the screen, make sure that the user, that we get the attention of the user and keep the attention of the user. And this is the mechanism, but it leads to polarization, to tribalization. And I have here a quote by Jonathan Haidt, who is one of my favorite authors on this, saying the legislative branch was designed to require compromise, yet Congress, social media, partisan cable news net channels have co-evolved such that any legislator who reaches across the aisle may face outrage within hours from the extreme wing of her party, damaging her fundraising prospects and raising her risk of being primaried in the next election cycle. This is what the polarization in the public debate does. And this describes very much the US situation. Every time when I'm in Washington, I'm struck by the fact that American politics is so polarized and therefore so paralyzed, right? But of course, you see the same phenomenon in Europe as well, and not maybe in a way as polarization between two camps. In fact, it sometimes shows up as much as the fragmentation in politics. The Dutch parliament is a prime example of that. We have now 20 parties in the parliament, and that's because it's politics based on differences, not politics based on our similarities, on our common opinions. And that's very much so. The public debate very much changes. Add to this that the digital advertising market is very much dominated by a few companies. Google, Facebook, Amazon is more and more. And in fact, Google has bought this dominance on the digital advertising market. And the result is that they are the middlemen in digital advertising, and they are paid huge amounts of money. It's about, let's say, roughly 50 cents of every euro spent on digital advertising goes to the middleman. Of course, cut out a middleman. You need to think, because why? And that brings me to why I think that's the first threat to democracy. This has a huge impact on traditional media. So we see the public debate change, right, to disagreement, indignant disagreement, polarization, tribalization, spurred by the social media. The traditional media are still very different. There you have still editorial independence. You need to check your news. You have two sources. You need to check. You have two sources before you bring the news. So they vet the news, and there's an independent editorial board that thinks about what to put forward to readers or viewers. But this is the counterbalance to, let's say, the rage on social media. The counterbalance would be the analysis, the hard-checked news in the traditional media. But we are undermining the traditional media because the middlemen are bloody expensive. So it's not just that they shift away from digital advertising, true, but hey, publishers can also do digital advertising. It's more that so much money goes to Google and Facebook that traditional media find it more and more difficult to run a business. I don't think a journalist was already a very well-paid job, I think, but it's not become better, right? Besides, the traditional media are also drawn in the same public debate, right? So you see the credibility, the credibility of the traditional media is put into question. And that's very clear from a quote by Steve Bannon, who said at one point, the Democrats don't matter. The real opposition is the media. And the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with shit. So that's interesting. The real opposition is the media, because the media can expose, the traditional media can expose that they are not the voice of the people, that the people are probably more diverse than they think to say, but they pretend to be the voice of the people, and the media disturbs that. But what Steve Bannon got right, you need to take aim at the media. So bring out the fake news so that you have the fact checking. Just the example of I gave from the Dutch MEP, he goes viral, but the fact checking does not. But still, that keeps them busy. But also, it discredits the traditional media. Part of the people no longer trust the traditional media. As a politician, I'm used to that I'm being distrusted, right? But for journalists, has a bit more esteem, I think, than politicians. But that's not a good thing. Recently, someone had to do a repair at my house, and he started, this mainstream media. Then you're going to have a difficult conversation. But his result was he sort of understood, he didn't trust mainstream media, he didn't trust the social media either, so he just disconnected. Okay, I don't bother anymore. That's also a response. But the point is that, and if you think that media is an integral part of our democracy, of our political democracy, and we see that the traditional media is, under fire, I think that's the threat of democracy that we face. And this is why we also need competition policy to make sure that the monopoly, the oligopoly power in the digital advertising market needs to be broken up, because we need a revenue also for the traditional media, and the traditional media is essential for a democracy. With that in mind, I also approached the Digital Services Act and the Digital Market Act. In the Digital Market Act, it was mainly about the Commission didn't go after the market power directly, but imposes behavioral remedy. You cannot self-preference, right? The European Parliament had a slightly different approach. We tried, first of all, we introduced the concept of interoperability, and try to expand that as much as possible in the Digital Market Act, with the idea if we can't break them up, it's not competition policy or competition law. This is harmonization of EU law, so we can't break them up. At least break them open. That was the idea of. That was partly successful. My idea would be that you have interoperability also in the social media, so that I don't have just Facebook or Twitter, but I have 10 versions of it, and I can choose which version I take. So there's a version of Twitter where Trump is on, but there are 9 versions of Twitter where Donald Trump is not on. So it would also very much, so that it would bring more the plurality that you see in the traditional media. But it would also break the monopoly power, the oligopoly power of the big tech. That was the idea. The other thing that we tried to do, and that started with privacy, but was of course to aim at personalized ads and the use of personal data. Again, that starts with a concern of privacy, but I think we're fully aware that we also took aim at the heart of the business model of big tech, right? So if we can hit them there, would be good. In that sense, we had to compromise. So we stayed what I called along the GDPR route, making sure that sensitive personal data are not being used for personalized ads, and that minors do not. I think this puts a dent into the business model of big tech, I believe, but we're not there yet. And especially starting with this, how we started this discussion is not just about introducing the law, it's also about implementing the law. How many more minutes do we got? 10 minutes more. Okay, so I'm. You should show it to me, right? I hold the mic, so you better show it to me. Sorry. So we've certainly hoped to make a dent in that. But during the making of the DMA and the digital, so the DMA and the DSA. We experienced some significant lobbying, and somehow we were prepared. In a sense, we initiated the Tracking Free Ads Coalition, a coalition of NGOs in Brussels and many MEPs, fully aware that we would see a lobby and that we would need to counter the lobby. That was the idea. And I see Jan there, who was very instrumental in this Tracking Free Ad Coalition. The idea that when we started that we have common amendments and that we would go together to MEPs to convince them. That's the traditional lobby, right? It turned out that the lobby was not always very traditional, and I don't know this because here I have it. Because Hestia Labs took a look at. I give you two examples. Hestia Labs took a look at the Twitter ads of parliamentarians and their assistants. And indeed, during the making of DMA and DSA, that was in between October 17, 2021 and January 2022, there were targeted ads at my account, not before, not thereafter, but in that period. And that was they took the ads because Meta championed itself as promoting SMEs. So we had these ads that personalized ads helped SMEs, and these were done in every country. I think in the Netherlands it was a wine trader, but in Italy it was an opticien. What do you call it? Is that an opticien? Is that an sorry? So in different countries, different examples, but they also used that on Twitter, and they disproportionately showed up in my timeline and of my assistants. Now, we do have a lobby register, which requires transparency on lobbyists, but this is not at all transparent. We couldn't figure out, only after the fact, we couldn't figure out at that time that we were being targeted. Only after the fact, and thanks to Hestia Lab that did the research. Similarly, we found out there were, like I said, Meta and Google portray themselves as champions of SMEs. Yeah, you may laugh about it, but I even heard Versteijer say at one point in a hearing, yeah, but personalized ads are good for SMEs. So when I pointed out that it was the line of Meta, she went back on her words, but she had said it right. So it has been an effective strategy because SMEs are very much loved by across the political spectrum, right? Not sure why, but that's how it is. What we find out is that there were some SMEs organizations that, well, are at least suspicious. That seems to be founded by big tech and started to lobby on MEPs directly or through social media. And so now this is again against the idea of the code of conduct in the lobby register. You need to be transparent on who you are when you do the lobbying. This is a form of astroturfing. This is not transparent. So in fact, today we sent out a letter to Meta/Facebook asking them about their involvement in these so-called SMEs organizations. Did they give instructions? Did they finance that? Those type of questions. Because when visiting Ireland, we were also having this discussion with Meta, and they agreed to take these questions. But we also filed complaints with the Transparency Register, saying, okay, these companies, Google, Facebook, and others, also AIB, for example, are involved in astroturfing, and they. So we asked them, the Transparency, to look into this, and if not, they should be deleted from the lobby register and should have no longer access to the European Parliament. And of course, at that moment, we also asked the President of the European Parliament to withdraw their badges. But this goes to the second thread. I discussed the traditional media, which I think is instrumental, which is absolutely instrumental and pivotal in a political democracy. But you also see that direct and indirect and intransparent lobbying is the other threat that we experience. And that I can't help but to see that it has very much to do with the fact that these big tech companies dominate the digital advertising markets. They have entrenched interests and will do anything to defend this interest. Well, thank you.
One question. All right. You're a busy man. isn't it interesting here? We are talking about digital advertising. Google and Facebook have a duopoly in that market. They are the exchange. They are on the supply side of the market. They are on the demand side of the market. I work in financial markets usually, and that is not allowed to be present both on the demand side and the supply and be the exchange in the middle. I mean, what the hell is going on? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. And you talked about the excessive profit that they're making in digital advertising. And in the UK, where I'm based, the Competition Market Authority, they launched a market study into this duopoly. They wrote a report of 1,700 pages of how bad this was and how much harm there was. And did they intervene in the market? No, they didn't. They just gave up. And that was a lovely academic report. Right. So I have spoken with the World Federation for Advertisers here in Brussels. I've spoken with a lot of big companies about this. They're all hugely unhappy. So it's not just the demand side, the users, they are unhappy. It's also advertisers. Nobody dares to stick their head above the parapet. Nobody does, because when I launched my litigation against Meta, I wanted the advertisers in on that. Nobody, they were afraid. So my question to you, after all this dreary dribble for 5 minutes, my question to you is, in the European Parliament, do you ever invite the biggest advertiser, I mean, Unilever, Nespresso, P&G, all of these big companies in to really ask them, because I think that they don't dare on their own behalf to go face to face with these. But if they are forced in a way or called in by the European Parliament to actually answer questions, that they're quite willing to participate. So have the European Parliament thought about that?
Yeah, we thought about that. But we also concluded that we looked at both sides, both on the publisher side and on the advertisers, right? And both are interesting to bring this story, because I think both sides are hugely unhappy. And it's, of course, if they take for every euro 50 cents, you must be unhappy. Just to start, right? Because there are more reasons to be unhappy. But the problem is they have become so dependent, both the publishers and even publishers even more than the advertisers. The advertisers are the huge companies, the Procter & Gamble and Unilever. But on the other hand, they have the newspapers and the broadcast companies that hardly make any money, so can hardly find the money to pay their wages to their staff. So they are even more vulnerable. And in private, they say, "I'm glad that you do this, but hey, publishers also say, we're very concerned if we move away from personal advertising, what will happen?" And that's also the person, because if you are in a very vulnerable position, you hardly have any money. You need to look at any penny. So all of a sudden a drop, because you change from a system, because we promoted from personalized ads to contextual ads, even the slightest drop in your revenue will hurt you very hard. So on the publish, and it was the problem that they become so dependent on this ecosystem dominated by Google and Facebook, both the publishers and the advertisers, that they didn't really come forward or even supported the Google Facebook positions. I took more aim, by the way, at the supervisors, because I was annoyed. How come that the competition authorities in Europe have been sleeping? Because I could read an excellent report by the UK competition authority. I didn't see anything in continental Europe. And I still don't know up to date why it was not the case, because that helps enormously when you have a political debate. And it helps when there's an awareness. You first start with awareness before it goes to action. But many MEPs or many policymakers were not aware of the dominance in the digital advertising market. But it should have been a job of the competition authorities in the first place. We have a report in Australia, a report in the UK. Where is the French, German, Dutch equivalent? And where is Digicom? Now, it will come soon, I'm now told. So November, we have a report on this, but it's just after the fact, after the DMA and the DSA. But like I said, it's not just about laws, it's also about implementation of the law. So I never thought that with the introduction of the DMA and the DSA, we would stop. Now we would continue, and we need to continue. So this report will be very welcome. Okay.
You're gonna introduce.
Well, thank you, Paul. And thank you, Lisa. That was actually a good motto for today, which is, what the hell is going on? So our next speaker, and actually just so we just sort of take account of what we've been doing, this gathering is the first time that we've really brought to anyone that's come to Brussels to discuss supply chain in the way we have, to discuss the urgency of the need to act in the way that has been discussed. What we also see is this is the first time we've had a number of small, growing civil society groups that are stepping up to make some real waves in this competition policy debate. And it's also one of the first times that we've had folks from organized labor come in to not just talk about their interests as workers, but also as their interests as citizens. Because every citizen, no matter what you actually do, you're affected by the concentrations of power that we see. Christy Hoffman is one of the great labor leaders of our time, one of the great leaders of organized workers in the United States and around the world. Christy's someone I've known for a long time, someone I've worked with for a long time. And there's just three words that you should sort of understand when you hear Christy. One, Christy's a fighter. Christy started on the shop floor at Pratt & Whitney, organizing unions in industrial corporations in the United States. Christy is a great promoter of cooperation, which she does because she runs a federation with many different members, and bringing many different members to a single point of view day after day takes great skills. And the third thing is, about Christy is that she is a student of power. And that's what really she's going to talk about today, is the ways in which we've let power out of the bag. Power threatens our democracy, threatens our social well-being. And I'll let Christy take it from there.
Thanks, Barry, for that nice introduction. And indeed, we have known each other for a long time, so I'm happy. There's a few other things you could have said, which you didn't say. So I'm General Secretary of UNI Global Union. I thought I would just start by explaining what UNI is. We are a federation of unions from 150 countries, which represent 20 million workers in the services industries. And that includes commerce, IT and telecommunications, post and logistics, media and entertainment, finance and healthcare, among others. But all of those sectors are touched by Amazon. And today I'm just going to talk specifically about the monopoly power of Amazon, which is one of the largest employers in the world, and a company which has enormous influence on the world of work in general. UNI and our regional office, we have a regional office here in Brussels. UNI Europa has been raising objections to Amazon's anti-worker and its monopolistic conduct for many years. We bring together unions from around the world. We talk about monopoly. We have 14 countries coming here, in fact, next week, who are organizing Amazon workers. So, I just had 3 points to make today. And one is that monopoly power is an underlying threat to democracy and security. This is a union issue. It is a worker issue. It affects social standards, and it affects us in our whole, in our whole lives, in a holistic way. And the second is that Amazon should be held to account so that its gatekeeper status does not facilitate
anti-competitive behavior, which creates an uneven playing field in commerce for small businesses, but also drives down standards for workers in that sector and others, including in particular in logistics. And lastly, that Amazon, like many other American companies, doesn't really respect guidance or soft power, soft conditions, but really needs a strong and strict enforcement measures in order to take any rules seriously. So I'll come to that at the end. Now, I just want to go back a little bit to the sectors where I represent. Most of us think of Amazon as an retailer and e-commerce, and indeed they sell 330 million products. And no business can really survive today without selling through Amazon. They're the gatekeeper to all of commerce. They have more than 200 million Prime members worldwide now. And a survey before COVID found that about 50% of internet users in major European economies lived in a house with a Prime account. That's even before COVID. I don't know what the current numbers are, but it's very high. And of course, the web services dominates cloud computing with about 50% of global market share. And many of you will have read that Amazon just bought a big healthcare company, as well as dabbling in finance. And then we probably all have an Amazon Prime account for video. It's one of the largest media corporations in the world, 1/3 of the streaming market already. And it's advertising alone. We don't think of Amazon as an advertising company, but it also is an advertising company with it's about the entire market value of IBM. So those are just the better known parts of Amazon, but in fact, it's gobbled up hundreds of companies. It's recently launched an effort to buy my favorite vacuum cleaner, the Roomba. But just to give won't have Amazon prowling around my house, videoing where my furniture is. That's the fear, but I think I'm sticking with my Roomba. Anyway, but Amazon has 1.6 million employees, making it one of the world's largest employers. I think it's slightly below Walmart, but really in the top 5. Depending on how you measure, if you count the Chinese government, it falls below a little bit, but it's not to mention hundreds of thousands of subcontracted drivers who work for Amazon every day. And then of course, further down in the supply chain, it's almost everyone. So it won't come as a surprise to you to hear that Amazon is ferociously anti-union. They only deal with unions when they are absolutely required to do that, and that such as in those countries where there's mandated sectoral bargaining. And for here, I'd give you the example of Italy, where they do have an agreement, and with the media workers in Hollywood, that's a strong union to say the least. And we do represent them. They do have a relationship with Amazon, not an easy one, but they do have one. So in their resistance to unions, the company uses union busting, in the extreme, I'd say, even so far as to violate US law, which is hard to do because it allows almost everything. The warehouses are a brutal and unsafe place to work, often algorithmic management techniques, which drive a punishing pace of work. And unsurprisingly, the turnover is very high. And so, of course, worker rights and conditions are top issues for us when it comes to Amazon, but monopoly power is also a union issue because unrestrained corporate power is an issue of democracy, which is central to our future, to our security, and to social justice. And workers are never going to get a fair shake as long as one corporation has this much influence over commerce, over the future of work, and over our data. And we are convinced that we are concerned about the public contracts Amazon Web Services are winning from our government and public entities. We are concerned about the tax avoidance, which underfunds services and our infrastructure. And we are concerned, of course, about the impacts of unfair competition on our high streets and our workers on commerce, logistics, and post, who've seen their standards that they've worked so hard to achieve threatened by Amazon's rise. And so that brings me to the second point, which is that Amazon does rely on unfair competition for its success. It buys out competitors and takes their market share. When it's a marketplace, it is a marketplace, but it's also a seller, and it uses data and algorithms to favor its own products on the market. Or it gathers data about sellers' products and then uses that data to create its own product to compete with the original. It discriminates against sellers who don't use Amazon's preferred delivery service. So they don't get their product in the box, the buy box, or the Amazon Prime box. And its delivery services are very low cost because they're either, self-employed or subcontracted workers, which are lower cost than the alternatives. The workers, such as the postal workers who deliver many packages in some countries, or DHL, for example. So, and lastly, it uses its revenue. It has used its revenue mostly from the cloud computing business to cross-subsidize the operations in retail and aggressively undercut the competitors. So despite their low wages and huge revenues and growth, Amazon has mostly operated at a loss in international e-commerce, meaning that when they intentionally are losing money in their retail business, what does that do to its competitors? How, along with the mere advantages of all the things I just listed, the mere size puts a huge pressure in all of retail. And a lot of the competitors are left with no choice but to reduce overall working conditions and wages. And we see this every day at the bargaining table with the European companies like Carrefour, or Metro, or any number of these, and they're pressured to say, we're competing with Amazon and look how they treat their workers and look how they treat the sellers and so on, the whole litany. So it does pressure other companies to follow suit, meaning tax avoidance, squeezing small businesses, and so on. And it's also expanding this conflictual labor approach and putting huge downward pressure on working conditions for people, just setting the US aside, but for people across the EU, the Amazon impact has been enormous because you're talking about a sector which is heavily regulated through either regulation, sectoral bargaining, or other formats, and you have Amazon coming in and really throwing the whole thing out the window. So we've called for regulatory intervention to address these issues. We have called for structural separation of the different business divisions, and that call has been growing louder as a way to disincentivize self-preferencing and prevent unfair cross-subsidization. And we've also made the case to stop Amazon from requiring the procurement of extra services or other benefits as an effective condition for accessing the marketplace. Fundamentally, we've said markets should be markets, products should be products. And we like to say the DMA goes some distance. We welcome the DMA. It goes some distance towards addressing these issues. But we've also said that the European Commission should take workers' rights into account because it has solely in the past considered consumer-oriented economic goals, prices in particular, as the benchmark for competition law. And our theory is that regulatory scrutiny should also take into account more basic democratic values and overall social goals. That the business model increases inequality, it leads to the lowering of social standards, including health and safety, including wages. And so we've urged the Commission to consider the impact of Amazon's business conduct on social achievements that have been hard fought for many decades. Now, recently, following the announcement by the European Commission that it would investigate Amazon for its practices that were considered unfair competition, Amazon proposed a settlement in exchange for the Commission dropping the investigation. And as Margaret Vestager recently described it, Amazon offered a settlement to create a data silo, so that kind of separation, to separate the marketplace from the retail arm in connection with data, and then are willing to implement non-discriminatory systems for the Prime and the Buy box, which means sellers are not prejudiced for using their own delivery. Now, I could say it's easy for me to understand that Amazon has made representations that go along with the spirit of what the commission has asked for. And, while the representations are not airtight, far from it, they go in the right direction. And so it's great that you're not required to use the Amazon delivery service, for example. But so it might seem unreasonable to reject that settlement offer, but our view, we've signed on to the letter to the commission along with the Balanced Economy Project. We've called for that settlement to be rejected, because really all Amazon is doing is committing through very vague language without any real enforcement to comply with what the DMA will already require, so long as it puts into effect the rules and so on. The DMA would already require this. And in fact, the DMA would go further. And so it's a bad offer, but in addition, it's vague, right? So it's a bad offer to say we'll do what the law is already going to tell us we have to do. That's not really a settlement. But then also, we don't trust that Amazon would not drive a truck through the smallest loophole in that settlement agreement. It is a company that goes out of its way to evade and avoid every obligation unless it's absolutely a requirement. And again, I would rely on the examples involving workers, but in Germany, it's a common practice that an employer of Amazon's size would have a collective agreement, but Amazon refuses. And why? It's not really required under law. And even though its workers have demonstrated time and time again they would like to have a union, Amazon says no, they won't talk about it. And then same in the US, where the workers voted for a union, a majority, and a very historic victory. And Amazon said, no, not fair. The government was biased against us. I mean, since when has the government of the labor board of the US been biased against the employer? Frivolous in the extreme, but that will be held up for years while they argue this frivolous point. And why is this relevant? Is because they will treat the provisions in a settlement agreement or the rules of the DMA, much like they treat labor law in the US. If even the spirit of the law is clear enough, it doesn't matter if you don't have a clear, rigorous enforcement, legally binding commitments. It's not going to change any behavior. And I'd say that about Amazon, but I would say to all our European friends here in the room that this kind of relationship to legal obligations is far more common to US-based companies than it is to Europeans. I don't want to say that all Europeans are a little more generous, nor say that all your US companies are bad. But I would say, having negotiated with many companies on both sides of the Atlantic, that Americans pay far less attention to soft power and non-binding commitments. Where we have collective agreements or agreements, they're detailed, they're enforceable, but the softer process of like social dialogue, nobody even has heard of that. And those who have heard of it sort of sneer at it because that's not a real commitment. And I think that for all of the work that we collectively do in Brussels to regulate monopoly power, it has to be accompanied by strong enforcement mechanisms which do not rely on goodwill or the spirit of the law. Because for somebody from the US, for a company from the US, if it's not enforceable, it's not a commitment at all. And that may seem like a harsh thing to say, but that is the reality. And I think that it's important to keep in mind when we're looking at this regulation, who are the companies that are getting regulated and how are they going to respond? So just to close, we believe that a critical step towards overhauling this company's systematic problems is to shift more power to Amazon workers. But effective anti-monopoly regime is also a critical component of any effort to rebalance the economy, to restore the social contract, and it's indispensable to democracy. Thank you.
Christy, thank you very much. My name is Alison Tate, and I also work in the global trade union movement based here in Brussels. My accent, though, indicates I come from the South, the global South, Australia, the Southern Hemisphere anyway. And drawing this conversation into the issues of regulation and enforcement and real stakeholder engagement is something that at a global level, I really want to start this discussion by saying what happens here in Brussels, what happens here in Europe does not only stay here. It's actually a call for greater boldness on the part of policymaking and joining the dots between the different aspects of this discussion. Because I'd like to then go to our discussants to reply, but remind people who are listening online and here in the room, this is a conversation that goes way beyond what DG this is not the world I work in, DG Com, DG Employment, DG Justice, and others need to be thinking about. So the Commission itself has a huge, not only duty of care, but responsibility and leadership role. And so I would really like to then hand to our discussants to make comment on what you heard Christy say and draw in the extraordinary experience you bring to the table. Thank you for being here. Corey.
Hi, everyone. I'm Corey Kreider. I'm a lawyer with a nonprofit based in London called Foxglove. We have as our stated principle to make the use of tech fair and silent part of it to sue when it isn't. Really appreciated Christy's intervention. We are here on this labor panel because we do a lot of work with content moderators for social media. So what I thought I might do, and I've got about 4 minutes to do it very quickly, is to connect some of what she was saying about the harms in Amazon's workforce of its concentrated corporate power to what I think of as the labor backend of some of the harms you heard about from Paul Tang and indeed from Johnny and from Max earlier today at Facebook. And I'm going to fan out from the perspective of an individual content moderator I have known for several years. I'll call her Kasia. That's not her real name. And she lives in Poland, just to describe for everybody, because everybody understands the front end of social media, but I don't know how much we actually talk about the labor side and the back end of social media. So here are the conditions in which Kasia works under Facebook's essentially monopoly power. One, she doesn't work directly for Facebook itself. She doesn't have the security or the benefits that that would entail. She is an outsourced worker in exactly the way Christy described a contracted driver for Amazon. Two, her pay is pretty low. It's not at a poverty wage, but it is definitely at a subsistence level that is hard for her to meet more than rent and essentials in the Polish city where she lives. And we all know that with inflation, that's just going to get tighter and tighter. Three, Christy talked about algorithmic micromanagement of Amazon warehouse workers. That is exactly the same in Facebook. She is micromanaged within a very, very inch of her life. Every trick, click, every movement is assessed, tracked, and algorithmically graded by Facebook's proprietary software. And actually, she can't communicate with her other workers on her phone because Facebook doesn't permit phones in the workplace. Instead, it has its own proprietary app called Workplace, where she has to communicate. Facebook, as you can imagine, is tracking all of this. And just talking about, Christy also made a point about the downward pressures in the economy of these kinds of innovations, if you will. And Facebook markets now its internal intranet workplace to other business providers, other kind of office wares, as say, hey, use Facebook Workplace for your own workforce, trying to market it separately. And one of the pitches they made to sell this to other people was that they could search, bosses could search for terms like union in all of their employee chats when they were grading it. And by the way, I think we sometimes think that this algorithmic micromanagement is used at entry-level workers, people like drivers, people like warehouse workers. That is not true. The bossware is coming for all of us. There was a really excellent New York Times study about a couple of months ago by Jody Cantor and another reporter whose name I forget, sorry. But it showed, thank you, it showed 8 of the 10 largest US employers now use some form of automated worker surveillance, tracking, and assessment. And it's everybody from chaplains to executives. So Facebook didn't market all of those systems, but I would say that monopoly giants like Facebook and like Amazon refined, perfected those systems. And now we see them starting to infect much of the contemporary economy. Then, of course, she has huge health effects of what's happened to her because she is swimming in the internet's most toxic content. You heard Paul talk about the effect of a polarization, right? And I would say that there are two twin horrors that arise from monopolization of an ad-funded social media marketplace. One is viral outrage, which you've heard a lot of people talk about, but the other one is cut rate content moderation, moderation on the cheap, which is exactly the labor system that Kasia works under. And you heard him talk, you've heard lots of people talk about the harms that has caused in the modern public square, but the indifference to workers is a part of that. Kasia has deep expertise, unusually, because turnover is high. She has deep expertise in how people game social media's rules to post content that walks right up to the line, that is most likely to go viral, and that won't be taken down under Facebook's rules. She sometimes spots, because of course she's moderating in an Eastern European language right on the border of the war with Ukraine. She sometimes spots a particular piece of content coming up again and again in different posts that get reported in ways that she thinks, hang on a minute, this is some kind of coordinated troll effort. This is probably a paid Russian, maybe not a spam bot, but maybe, paid individual trolls. I suspect a misinformation effort here. Facebook doesn't want to hear it. There's not even a method coded into Facebook's internal review systems that allow her to say, I think this is a bit fishy. I suspect that there may be some kind of what Facebook likes to call coordinated and authentic behavior going on here. It just doesn't build it in. It's not interested in it from a worker's standpoint. So just to turn it on its head, because I'm worried I'm running out of time here, just imagine for a moment that we had a pluralistic social media environment, right? That there wasn't just one Facebook, because it's not just Europe, by the way, in most of the places we're talking about, Facebook is the first market entrant in social media, and it often maintains its position. It is almost the only for most of the time. Imagine that suddenly, instead of one Facebook, we had 7 or 8. The quality of the service, the quality of the content moderation would be one of the critical aspects in which they would have to compete. So they would have to compete to hire moderator talent. They would have to offer better terms and conditions. They would have to give people care for their PTSD. They would have to treat people better. And that, in turn, I would argue, would have knock-on beneficial effects for the health of the public square. So let's bust up the monopolies for that reason, too.
Thank you, Corey. And Thomas, tell us what your perspective on this is.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Thomas Hopnam. I'm a partner with the law firm Hausfeld, and I'm also teaching at a university. For the last 15 years, I've been representing companies and associations that were affected by conduct of Google, Amazon, Apple, and Meta, leading to several judgments, but it took very long. And even though we've got these judgments, they didn't have the impact that we had all hoped for. This was a very frustrating path. And in this context, I was asked whether I would identify any similarities regarding the traditional victims of big tech companies and workers. And ultimately, I don't really have to give that speech because Christy already summarized this very well. If you think about it, that was a presentation from a global union of workers. And I believe a very similar presentation could have been given by merchants using Amazon's marketplace. The impact that Amazon's dominance has on the industry is felt everywhere. If even the workers feel it, there must be something really wrong. So what are these similarities? I think it's easy to see that some of the traditional harms that are aligned and associated with dominance equally apply to workers. The more concentrated a market, the more likely it is that those remaining companies will conspire and align their conduct, for instance, to keep wages low and to impose very restrictive conditions on workers because they have no alternatives. The less alternatives there are to turn to, the easier it is to make them do what they want them to do and to exploit them. And this exploitation is another strong similarity. In particular, digital companies are very sophisticated in identifying the weakest parts in their ecosystem and to exploit them the most. because they know they can defend themselves the least. And mainly this is due to their individual position being too weak. They don't have the funds, they don't have the means, the insights, the connections to defend their corners, and they are the easiest victims in an ecosystem. That applies to many publishers, that applies to merchants on the marketplace in Amazon, that applies to workers. And any solution that aims at these big tech companies needs to think of those victims because they are the most vulnerable ones. And this links to the panel we had earlier today about enforcement. The enforcement tools need to ensure that every victim has access to justice. And this does not just imply that there are some authorities you could in theory turn to if you've got a lot of money, and they may in theory do something in some years if you feed them with information for all that time and you pay economists and all the rest of it. They also need to be alternative means to get justice. In particular, private enforcement. Affected parties need to be able to go to a court and get an opinion from a judge quickly. Are they right or are they wrong? And the barriers to getting that justice can't be too high. So you need to have a legal framework that allows a broad group of affected parties to bring such claims. So we are talking about facilitating third-party funding. We are talking about facilitating collective redress. Collective redress meaning that an affected party can sue another party on behalf of a group, so that not everyone has to come together, but the impact of that judgment will be felt by everyone in this group. So there is much broader debate to be held, how we can ensure justice again and access to justice also for those parties that are not having the loudest word in the community, but for which societies, NGOs, unions, associations play a crucial role. And that's why I like that today's event has brought them together, because those associations and unions may be the only ones that give these victims a voice.
Thank you so much. We had intended to have some engagement between our panelists and to have time for people to ask questions, but we only have 5 minutes left. And I want 1 minute to wrap up, or even 1.5. So I'm going to actually ask one person, whoever's hand goes up first, to pose any question or comment you would like to make, and to address that to our panelists so that they each have a moment to wrap up as well. First in, first served. Please come forward to take the microphone so that those online can also hear, and please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa Lofdahl Gormsen. Thank you for the panel. It was hugely interesting. I have a question for Thomas, because it's right with collective redress, but now being a claimant myself in a collective redress against Meta, I can tell you that it has cost me millions of pounds before I even got to court in the first place, just submitting the claim form. So it's not, I mean, I think the system is okay, but the system is so expensive, even with litigation funders. But I mean, justice delayed is justice denied, as we all know, but also the money. Where is the money going to come from?
That's the one question. So you each get a reply, a right of reply to that. And actually we have 10 minutes. So you get a right of reply, and then we're going to come back to further points you'd like to add. Corey. I need to control the mic, thanks.
Hello. I actually think, we haven't done it yet, but I actually think the rules need to change about the way that litigation is managed. And England is one of the most expensive places in the world to litigate these issues. If you bring a judicial review in the UK, which Foxglove can do all of the time, we could do it on the cheap because there is something called a cost capping regime, which means that we say, well, look, I don't have any money, or the claimant doesn't have any money, a nonprofit. You didn't do this for yourself, obviously, you did it to make a point. And you go to the court and you say, these are our actual means. We're some impoverished nonprofit, and the court caps your legal exposure to something that you can then easily go and crowdfund for. At the moment, that's not available in a private law action, even one manifestly brought in the public interest. And I really think we should look at, there should be a lot more pressure at revisiting that structure, basically.
Thank you. It's of course a very complex question because it relates to several topics. The total cost in the UK, they are particularly high. But also in other countries, it's not as if you can get a cheap litigation anywhere. But there are means that can facilitate litigation. For instance, third-party funding is a very powerful tool, but then again, you need to convince a third-party funder first to do the case. That depends on the merits, the likeliness of success, their willingness to take this on, and if it's a case for damages, then also on the potential damage, and then some cases will be left out. So other means that are available in some countries is that you change the issue of who ultimately pays the bill. And there could be measurements or mechanisms that if a company has given all reason to sue them and to clarify a question, they may have to bear their own costs at least, even if ultimately the case is not won, because they have triggered this conflict in the first case. Or that you could even say in particular cases, particular issues, they always have to bear their own costs. There can be arbitration mechanisms. So there are different mechanisms that can facilitate that. Or if you go to the extremes, there can be cases, we've got that in other areas as well, where the plaintiff doesn't have to bear the court cost in the end, even if they lose, so that the state takes over the cost. But ultimately, this is something that needs to be thought of more thoroughly. What I think are first important developments is to make it easier to assign claims to a legal entity that can then bring a claim on behalf of a larger group, so that you don't need individual claims, every single victim needing to go to court, which is impossible in most cases. So procedural measures to make it easier to bundle, to gather affected parties, also funds, and then to bring such collective claims that have an impact for everyone. I think that is means forward.
Thank you, Thomas. Christy, do you have a comment?
I don't have a comment on this, but I'll do my wrap up.
Please.
Sentence.
Great.
And I just want to say that as an overall message that the DMA really does matter. I know we've sort of been dancing around that question today, like what about the DMA? Is it good enough or not? And I'm not going to speak whether it's good enough or not. I think the devil's in the details and what the implementation rules are and the regulation that accompany those. But I do think coming from a global organization where we talk about technology all the time, at a meeting in Japan this morning, in fact, and also from the US, everybody's watching what the DMA can do and what it can't do. So I do think that it's not right to say that it doesn't matter. I think it's got to be rigorously enforced and have real penalties attached for violation and a real ambition. But I do think it sets the model for what other countries are looking at. And sometimes the Europeans underestimate the extent to which they are looked at as a leader in some of these big issues where the US is stuck. And the US is almost always stuck on issues of social concern. So I just want to leave you with that message from my side.
Indeed. You want to break the rules, right? We've been talking about making the rules, but please, you take a minute.
So, sorry, Al O'Reilly, my question follows up from what you're saying about Facebook. It seems to me, why cannot we break up Facebook? Why couldn't we have 30 Facebooks? And, let's do it. No. But what I was getting at was that, what is there really to stop doing that? It would seem to me that it would be, the difficulty is, of course, it's an American corporation. So really it's for the FTC in the DOJ to do this rather than DG Comp. But why could they not embrace Facebook? I mean, I get to say, well, everyone's together. Well, you could belong to several different Facebooks. Most people tend to have most of their people in one country they're connected to, or whatever. They might belong to one or two. It would be possible to break the thing up. Why don't you just break it up?
Thank you. We will have a reply. Corey, please.
I think that at the moment, as I understand it, in the competition enforcers here, there's not a huge amount of will to do that sort of thing. Breaking companies up is not what we do here in Europe, as I've been given to. I see Christina shaking her head. I'm definitely a fellow traveler of the kind of bust them up school. The closest we've got, as I understand it, is this decision that Max alluded to briefly that's now in front of the ECJ, which is not actually about breaking Facebook up, but it was at least about functionally separating some of these mergers that should never have allowed to go through, where Facebook then chewed up WhatsApp. A functional separation of the data is a functional separation of Facebook. That's the best I've seen European authorities do so far. But we really favor looking at more robust structural solutions.
So what I was trying to say underneath all of this was, shouldn't we really we complain about monopoly, but what we really need to do is to basically go through a deconcentration breakup process to reverse a lot of the consumer welfare misfeasance over the last 30 years. That's what I think.
So Thomas, I'm going to ask you to bring back to our theme, because we've gone wider and now we're coming back to defending workers and professionals from concentrated power. This is a terrible question. Moderators say, what would be the one or two things you would suggest? It's not simple and it is all interconnected, but what is the most important aspect of connecting the dots that needs to happen now?
That is a difficult one. Usually what we've seen, if a company has strong bargaining power, you try to get a balance back by increasing the bargaining power of the other side. So that's why we have collecting societies when it comes for copyright owners, or we've got unions when it comes to workers. And I think this strengthening of their bargaining power is also important here. But we need both. I think we need to first strengthen the right of the workers, maybe also incentivize them to increase their own bargaining power by joining unions. And the second one is basically reducing the concentration on the other side so that their bargaining power isn't getting too extreme to be handled. But before I forget it, the Facebook question is, of course, one that is for an antitrust lawyer not to be ignored. I think the economists would tell you it's because of direct network effects. If we break up a network in several pieces, then the network effects are gone. But I think the solution to that is interoperability. As long as they are all interoperable, then the network effects would stay the same, because you don't have the hassle if your communication is forwarded to other networks. But it certainly hinges on this issue of how interoperable would these services be.
Thank you. So I have the privilege of not just moderating this, but wrapping up as the representative, as the director of economic and social policy for the global trade union body, the International Trade Union Confederation. We have touched on very lightly the issues that connect here: bargaining power, corporate power, political power, building workers' power, not just as a countervailing force, but as a fundamental democratic right and foundation of our democracies. So whilst I really thank the people who've come to this table to share your knowledge and your wisdom, when we talk about market failures, I want to just link back to some of the earlier sessions. People mentioned the climate crisis. That was a crisis that was understood more than 30 years ago, and we're still coming to terms with what is needed now. COP27 this year, 27 years on. And we have an issue around corporate accountability that in some ways, as a result of the disruptions of global supply chains and other inequalities, we see, as a result of COVID-19 and the impact of the pandemic, we see companies also saying, hang on, we do not have a level playing field. Hang on, that doesn't work for us either. So it certainly doesn't work for people. It doesn't work for the planet. It in fact doesn't even work for profit. And if that's what we consider sustainability in terms of economic and social environmental sustainability, then in a way, we're back to the drawing blocks. It's really about how do we design a system that actually ensures corporate accountability. And that, my friends, is your job. When you leave the room, whatever field you may be engaged in, this is what is needed, because you know what? What we hear is it's someone else's job. Someone's pointing, it's over there, it's the regulators. No, it's the investors. No, it's the CFO. No, it's... And I just want to remind you that in the inflationary context of what we face today, we are going into a major global mess. I'm a global economist, right? I have authority to say that. And what we see is enormous profiteering by companies that provide essential services. Those are the ones we've heard today: food and distribution, transport and logistics, pharmaceuticals, tech, across the global supply chains. And yet what we see is that the monopoly giants set the prices. Workers don't set prices. We bargain for as best as we can, the wages we can and the working conditions we can, and we will continue to do that on a daily basis. And that's a pretty full-time job, by the way, in the face of corporate power. So the regulatory framework that we are speaking about here has to be much smarter and much more interconnected. And let's use our human innovation and ingenuity for good public policy and good regulatory frameworks that work and that are real. I thank our panel very much.
Thanks very much. I just want to say we've been sitting in the program. We have another panel now, but we have been sitting here for 2 hours now. And I think we need a very short coffee break, people just to stretch their legs. There is coffee out there, but please come back in, I'll say 6 minutes, just to be very precise. But come back as soon as you can, and we will be starting. Okay. All right, 7 minutes. Okay. Just past quarter. Yeah.
In judicial review, there was a mechanism that was
I was going to say something. I was going to say, building on the thing.
and then on the next one.
I have that interest. Why don't you introduce them?
Very nice to see you in person.
Yeah, I can hear the Cuban smiles. It's mainly on certain vowels, but I only know that because I've had some. So I recognize it. So many talking and everyone goes, oh yeah, those. I think it's very different. I can see the like.
So I think sorry about the time pressure, but we do need to move on. So if we can start settling down. There's still a couple of people to come in from outside.
Yes.
So thanks very much. Apologies for the brevity of the coffee break. I hope you all managed to at least stretch your legs. I'm going to introduce a panel now, and I feel that there's a great continuity with the last fantastic panel that we just had about workers, because I think this panel is really about small and medium enterprises, about creators, about publishers, and how they have been crushed under the what I guess Adam Smith might have called the invisible fist of monopoly power. That's not so invisible. So I think that workers and small businesses are basically facing many, if not most, of the same issues in the face of monopoly power. And it would be very interesting. I think there's a fantastic narrative to be created in this, commonality of cause. These generally, the labor movement and small businesses haven't worked together. They're very different beasts, I think, generally. But I think there is potential for a really important narrative to be built here. Whether alliances can be built is another matter. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Max, who's going to moderate this session, and he'll introduce Lexi and Crispin. Thanks.
Great. Thanks a lot, Nick, and hope everyone is feeling refreshed after their coffee break. So I'm Max von Thun. I'm a senior fellow at the Balanced Economy Project, and I'll be moderating the discussion. As Nick says, we'll be building on the previous discussion and looking more at what the kind of real world impact of monopoly power is on organizations, particularly small businesses. And we'll be looking at this today, particularly from the perspective of the creative industries and the media, looking not only at the kind of impact that monopoly has on those sectors, but also what we can do to kind of challenge that power and the kind of solutions we can propose. But before we jump in, I'd just like to introduce our panelists with me here today. So to my immediate right, I'm joined by Lexi Kirkconnell-Kawana, hope I pronounced that right, who's the head of regulation at Impress, an independent press regulator based in the UK. Previously, she worked at the UK's Advertising Standards Authority in the investigations team, and in a semi-judicial and research capacity at the New Zealand Office of Film and Literature Classification. Also joined by Crispin Hunt. Crispin is a multi-platinum selling artist, songwriter and record producer, and an advocate for musicians and copyright. He's a director of the Performing Rights Society, a copyright collective, and a former chair of the Ivors Academy, the UK's largest trade body representing songwriters. Crispin has campaigned globally for musicians' rights and also stood for election to the European Parliament in 2019 on an anti-Brexit platform. So welcome to both of you. So I'd like to direct my first question to you, Lexi. So earlier, Paul Tang was talking about the threat that's posed by big tech and their dominance in advertising to publishers. And you work for an organization that has hundreds of publishers among its membership, many of them small local organizations. So from where you stand, what do you see as the kind of impact of monopoly power on publishers?
Thanks.
really bad is the short answer. There's been this existential threat to news publishing, and Paul Tang's comment that traditional media have suffered under the effects of digital monopoly, I think are true, but I think it's also important that we don't look at media as just this homogenous group. When people talk about the conditions for publishers being really terrible at the moment, they're often in contrast to this late 20th century model of journalism and news publishing that was regarded as really successful. And I think it's really important when we're talking about monopoly power in the digital space, that we think about it rather as being a sort of genesis in and of itself. It's the long shadow of essentially what's an advertising business model based in the digital space, and its predecessor was traditional commercial media. So this point that we think about publishing, news publishing and journalism as being successful, the rise and fall of it, is really a lot to do with the commercialization of news and information, because these companies towards the end of the late 20th century in the media space, they were already trending towards monopoly. They were already engaging in anti-competitive behavior. A lot of them became political creatures, very successful political lobbyists, and this is in the UK, the US, and Europe, and had significant impact on the outcome of democratic actions such as elections and referenda and the like. And then along comes digital disruption, and their advertising capture that they had, their dominance in the advertising market is usurped by new digital platforms and players. And so we see this rise and fall, but I think it's really important to think about media not as just this homogenous set that was this inherent good, because there were a lot of features of the media market before digital disruption which were really problematic, and had a lot of issues in terms of low investment into what I call public interest news journalism, so expensive journalism that was very hard to do. There was sort of news retreat and the rise of news deserts because these companies didn't want to invest in local journalism anymore, and they were drawing editors and newsrooms out of local constituencies. And the effects of that were pre-digital, that we saw a rise in public alienation from news and information. We saw that increasingly people trusted the media less. And by trusting the media less, what research also shows is they stopped trusting other institutions such as local government, political parties, public health authorities, justice systems, and that was already happening. So that decline was already in progress. So digital disruption then happens, and these platforms emerge and arise, cannibalize the advertising business model. And the effect of that has been on the media that not only has that led to a huge decline in publishers and plurality, and the diversity of thought that comes with that, but it's also meant that they've taken hold of what I call the vertical supply chain of information. So not only are platforms responsible for the architecture and the design of systems, which publishers and media organizations have to sit within, they also now are far more responsible for the curation and editorial practices of news. And news publishers now sit at the very bottom of the lowest rung of that supply chain, and essentially are just beholden to these platforms now in order to not just have an effective business model. And I think we can all agree journalist first organizations are never going to compete effectively now on an ad revenue basis, but also in terms of accessing their audiences, because platforms now gatekeep audiences from news publishers. So there's these kind of dual effects that publishers are facing. And this is really significant because obviously it makes, it ensures that news publishers, which may be one of the last sort of bastions of, we're talking about collective power, of power brokers against big tech, it makes them beholden to the strategic interests of these businesses. So that's not just directly in terms of it prevents and chills the speech of journalists and publishers from investigating, reporting on these platforms, but it also has indirect effects. So I have publishers coming to me and saying, look, I'm a digital first organization. I built my publishing business online. I have huge reach. I've got a great following. But yesterday, there was some tweak in the algorithm, and all of a sudden my engagement flatlined and I can't access my audience anymore. And there's no opportunity for them to engage transparently with news publishers, with platforms, sorry, because platforms just aren't interested in them. They're just, their product, journalism, is just one of the multiplicity of information products and services and functionality that platforms carry on their business lines. So you know, that's hugely significant for news and news journalism. And if you believe that the function of journalism to inform, to educate, to hold power to account, to represent minorities and diverse communities, if you think all of those things are important, then it's hugely significant that platforms now control that vertical supply chain and have made you know, and have exacerbated all the effects of an already very monopolistic media market.
Great, thank you. Crispin, I'd like to turn to you now. So you're someone who's very familiar with the power imbalance that musicians face when they're dealing with kind of big, powerful companies, particularly the record labels and the streaming platforms. But can you give us some examples of what that power imbalance looks like on the ground?
Firstly, I'm a songwriter, not a competition lawyer or an academic, so forgive me, I'm going to give you some pretty anecdotal evidence. But music should be studied, really, because music was basically the canary in the gold mine for all technological disruption, because it was easy to download a song and it wasn't easy to download a film. It's also important to understand that musicians exist in a strange world between labor and SMEs. Half of our members in the Ivors Academy run their own company, and the other half are self-employed. But the music industry exists in purely a contractual relationship. We don't know whether we're workers, we don't know whether we're companies, we don't know whether we're self-employed. So it's very difficult. And one example, I mean, you know, there hasn't been much of a conversation about the kind of feudalism of having this much concentration in power, but music's a very good example of that, in that you know, the traditional record contract is fundamentally feudal, in that you come to the market with your intellectual property, and the music industry buys and owns all of your intellectual property, gives you a small strip on which you can feed your wife and family, but only when you have paid them back for every single penny that they've spent on investing in you. So it's an astonishingly ancient system. But I also, we have just been, I want to look at the consumer focus, because I think we have really suffered from that. I think the UK has just been going through a Competition and Markets Authority study into music streaming. Even though the study it produced an interim report, which was really depressing. The interim report identified all sorts of occasions where there was a dominant use of power, where there was clearly the scales tipped in favor of the larger players. But at the same time, because the consumer likes having tower records in their pockets in Spotify for $9.99 a month, the consumer loved it. It completely failed to understand the effect on monopsony. It completely failed to understand the effect on the suppliers. And more interestingly now, because Spotify is, as with all technology companies or all streaming services, the supplier and the consumer is now completely morphed. That there are 8 million suppliers, consumers, putting their music on top of Spotify. So at what point, we cannot start to consider the consumer as only the person who is listening to music. You have to consider the consumer as people who are making music too, which seems to make the kind of consumer welfare test completely obsolete, as it should be. But unfortunately, because the CMA was still looking through a kind of Chicago school lens, it came out of it saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. This is fine. $9.99 is great. People have got tower records in their pockets. And I think that's clearly outdated. Though, you know, the whole idea of YouTube and TikTok and YouTube and TikTok and other platforms being promotional tools in order to let you promote your work so you can then go on and sell t-shirts as a in live is a nonsense. There is no such thing as promotion or exposure online. There is only distribution. But the value of that distribution is getting parasitically extracted by the monopolies and not coming back to the workers or the small businesses. And this does affect the consumer in the long term, in that it is completely driving down the diversity and the variation in products that they can use. I mean, in 2019, I think 65% of music listened to on streaming services was what they call catalog music. So it was old stuff, probably the stuff that I made in the 90s, but it was old stuff. But in 2022, that's risen to 85%. And if that carries on, it's clear that this model, this dominance of 2 or 3 large companies that are owned by the big tech companies, which in turn has forced concentration in the smaller companies, because the large record labels and the large music industries felt that in order to take on Google and Apple and YouTube, etc., they had to consolidate themselves. And so it's a self-perpetuating consolidation of the market that has ended up completely failing the consumer. You know, YouTube is and the result is that as a songwriter, and I'm quite a successful songwriter, I may not be an academic, but I've written things that have been the most popular song in the world for a couple of weeks, which is great fun. But there was one occasion, YouTube, and I counted 50 million views of a video for a song I'd written on YouTube, and I got paid £158 for that over 3 years. And I made more money from that busking in an afternoon in Bath. So there really is a problem here. It really is driving down business and variation and freedom in the market. Yeah, that'll do.
So I was quite struck by your use of the term feudal to describe relationships between musicians and record labels and streaming platforms. And Lexi, I was just wondering if what you think of that term and whether you think it also applies to publishers and their relationship to big tech.
Yeah, certainly. And I think that this idea of feudalism is right, because what we're seeing now, particularly in the publishing sector, is that in order to sort of stave off this criticism, this media criticism of platforms, what we know is happening is behind closed doors, large influential commercial publishers are starting to broker deals with platforms. And they're saying either you can use our sort of innovation hubs or showcase services for a certain fee, or under copyright directive, you know, these sorts of value exchange deals for carrying content in your news artifices that you build within your platforms. And these deals themselves, again, as I say, I think what they're doing is further entrenching that vertical supply chain, because at any point these platforms could just decide to turn off the tap. And there's no interrogation of the value that journalism plays, or, you know, the functional role it plays in society. It's, again, just a short-term solution to make a noisy, you know, small noisy problem go away and appease that. And so I think that feudalism is really right. And, you know, if you think about the sort of exchange of value from one sort of lord to another to stay off my turf while I can go and exploit and extract as much value as I can, that's very much what I see going on here. Whereas for smaller publishers, independent publishers, or those driven by more of a moral imperative, are completely shut out from these negotiations. And there are no conditions in place, and then there are no interventions in place to ensure that that smaller publishers or news publishers or people that are driven by these public interest objectives are able to have a seat at these negotiating tables.
Great, thanks. So both of you had painted quite a, shall I say, dark or depressing picture of the impact of monopoly power on creatives, on publishers. But I'd like to take things in a more optimistic, positive direction and talk a little bit about solutions, about what policymakers can be doing to solve these imbalances. So Crispin, let's come back to you. You were heavily involved in the battle around the EU's copyright directive, which was successfully agreed and is now being implemented across Europe. Do you think that we are, starting to see green shoots of improvements? Are we moving in the right direction?
I think that I've just got to tell her kind of, because the purpose of this conversation is how monopoly threatens democracy. During the battle for the copyright directive, there was a fantastic anecdote that I've got to tell you about earlier. It was the odds were against us as the creators fighting YouTube, because YouTube are very powerful and they were spending an awful lot of money on lobbying. I'm reminded of that great quote by the sadly dead author David Graeber, which said that the Americans abolished corruption and renamed it lobbying. But not sorry to the lobbyists in the room. There was a point where the European Parliament was receiving 80,000 emails a day saying, do not ban our memes, do not, Article 17 will destroy the internet, it'll all kill the internet. And me and my colleagues in America, in the American artist movement, traced the source of 80% of those emails, which came from one Canadian household that was the home of a free internet group that was, of course, heavily funded by Google. And it was when we got that article written up in Die Welt that the mood in the European Parliament changed. I mean, it was a direct attempt to manipulate democracy by big tech. But we won. And we won in the end of that. And I think the copyright directive is the beginning of democracy asserting itself over the power of technology. And it's a real threat, because we know that, Zuckerberg has spoken quite openly, as has many of the other kind of big tech overlords. They've spoken quite openly about how they don't necessarily think democracy is the best way. There are many merits to benevolent despotism, but most civilized societies have chosen democracy instead. But the European Copyright Directive has been implemented weakly, but it is bringing in enormous changes that as we carry on will make things better. I mean, copyright is a dodgy subject because some people consider it a monopoly itself, but I don't personally. I consider it a kind of a worker's right. I consider it the right of people who are creative to go out and trade in their creativity. And copyright and privacy are very, very closely linked in that, copyright is information that belongs to its creator and privacy is information that belongs to its creator at the same time. So I think there's a kind of link between the two, and you can't uphold one without upholding the other. But we've got a long way to go with the Copyright Directive. The Copyright Directive is being implemented in France very respectfully and very strongly. There are changes being brought in by the Copyright Directive that are making that are bringing in direct payments for musicians and artists. The same is happening in Spain. And I hope that the neighbouring right for journalists will work and will have some teeth. But again, exactly as Lexi said, monopolies always in the past throughout history, and America has a very good history of breaking up monopolies, but it broke them up because of the scrutiny of the independent press. And when the narrative is now controlled by, when the independent press is incarcerated within big tech, we lose that ability to have the scrutiny. And I fear that the control of the narrative is the thing that will change. And one last example, when I was fighting the European Copyright Directive, it was all, they will ban memes. And my son came down from watching YouTube at the age of 12 and said, "Dad, are you trying to ban memes?" And I was going, "How have you heard this?" And he said, "There was a big advert on YouTube saying that you're trying to ban memes." And that was my 12-year-old son that, Susan Wojcicki was weaponizing against me, and that's really scary. That is when power becomes too powerful, and it is a threat to democracy. Sorry, yada yada.
Good. Well, glad to hear there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, even though we are still quite deep in the tunnel. So Lexi, earlier you were talking about, which Crispin also touched on, some of these efforts through things like the copyright directive to get big tech platforms to pay publishers for their content, to try and rectify these imbalances that we've been talking about. You sounded quite skeptical of those efforts. So we'd be keen to hear your thoughts on kind of what else we should be doing differently to solve these challenges.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, to date, we've had a lot of really good examples of what not to do. And that's really helpful because it brings us closer to a solution, right? It's like, oh, okay. And one really good example in the publishing space is obviously the failure of the Australian competition intervention, which was the News Media Bargaining Code, which, if you're not aware, was essentially a law that was going to, again, bring about better bargaining conditions for Australian news providers, vis-a-vis 90% of which are owned by News Corp, vis-a-vis, he who shall not be named, sits there. And the purpose of that law was to create a system of arbitration. And arbitration is a really good tool for this because it's transparent. That's the main thing. So when I talked about getting into the room for these negotiations, we would have been able to see what the value exchange between platforms and publishers would have been if that system had come into effect. But, and the big but there was, despite the fact that that law got to the second upper chamber in the Australian Parliament, it was never brought forward by the Secretary of State, who needed to nominate the platforms who would be subject to it, because the deals that went on behind closed doors right at that last minute ensured that the News Corp lobbyists no longer needed this law, therefore it didn't need to take place. But that would have, as I said, injected some transparency into the conversation, which would have been really, really valuable to the wider media ecosystem. And since then, a group of smaller publishers in Australia have banded together and requested that the competition regulator allow them to use this legislation to bargain collectively on behalf, which goes against all competition instincts, right? But if they're successful, again, if the end result is we get an arbitral award, which shows us what this value added is, that's one solution. But the trouble is again, the kind of inexorable relationship between the existing media power brokers, tech power brokers, and politicians. And, it's shining that light on dark places. And so what regulatory instruments need to do, and if competition regulators are going to be drawing into their toolkits to resolve this, transparency is key. And I am most optimistic when I see things around DSA, DMA, around the transparency requirements. I think that's where I put my hope, because for me, it's not necessarily about what the tools are. It's understanding the evidence base and where we get to with those solutions. So, for example, in the UK, our CMA is about to engage in a similar process of potentially setting up a law and a framework that will address news bargaining between publishers and platforms. But again, it's the lack of transparency that I'm really concerned about there. And I don't think we're going to see a positive solution in the immediate future or the medium-term future in the UK. In Europe, through the DSA, we may see something different. But again, I just want to return to this point that I think that there's a kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of what we're trying to achieve here. What's the purpose? And particularly in news publishing, I don't want to have these interventions prop up a bunch of failing commercial news publishing business models. What I want to see is that the functional purpose of journalism, to hold power to account, to inform, to educate, to reach and access audiences, is preserved. And I don't think the regulatory tools that we've seen so far are going to do that, but I'm not optimistic that we won't get there.
We done? Okay. Okay. Well, looks like we're out of time, but just want to say thanks again to our panelists. So give them a round of applause.
Thanks very much, and I'm sorry we had to curtail that and it would have been good to open up to the audience as well, but time is short. So we've got another panel now, which is the last panel of the day. which is on organizing. I'm going to be sitting on the panel, so I'm going to hand over to Margarita, who is moderating this.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're hearing me well and that people can hear me at home as well. Thank you for coming and thank you for sticking the whole day. I know this is the last panel, so a lot of people will be tired, but I think it will also be an exciting panel and an energizing panel. So hopefully that will be your reward today. I'm Margarita Silva. I'm a researcher at SOMO, and I'll be guiding us today for this discussion. And I think if you've been following competition issues for a while, or if you, like me, are based in Brussels, you know that often in these conferences, you'll mostly hear from competition lawyers, from competition economists, or mostly regulators. Today, we wanted to really step away from that and open up to other voices. And this panel is really going in this direction. So right now, we will have 4 speakers, which I will introduce very briefly, that will go over the challenges that they faced coming from civil society in engaging with competition policy. And we also want to expand on what the opportunities are for change. So we will first start with a round of interventions of about 4 minutes, and then we'll come back and open up the discussion again. Shall we start with Nick?
Okay. Thanks very much. So very briefly, we've already heard that we are what competition policy is dominated by, not just in Europe, but in many countries, by an elite, technocratic, rather academic competition bubble, which is very hard for outsiders to penetrate. I think this has dragged competition policy away from reality, away from relevance, and away from knowing what the real needs of ordinary people and people at the sharp end of monopoly power. Agustin is going to talk more about that, so I won't say any more. Just a statistic that I like to mention is that since 1990, there have been about over 8,000 mergers notified to the European Commission, of which 30 have been blocked so far. I regard this as a scandal, and I think many others would. I think many people who hear that would be scandalized by it. But we need to, something really fundamental needs to change here. And we see all this, we've spoken about extremism, the rise of extremist parties, fake news, conspiracy theories, polarization, all of these things that we've been discussing today. Certainly the big tech business model, which we've discussed, is a very important part of that. But I think also monopolization across the economy, not just in big tech terms, is a central, probably the central driver of inequality. And these material conditions also contribute to a sense of powerlessness, a sense of anger, a sense of anger at inequality, anger at the fact that people do not have any power. And I think this is absolutely fundamental to understand, that the economic conditions marry with the business model and the fake news generation and so on to create a really, really dangerous and toxic mix. And the last panel that we saw, that we heard, really underlined that, I think. How do we tackle this? Well, I would say that these problems are evident. I mentioned that the panel on workers and the panel on small and medium enterprises both showed that there's great commonalities between different groups of people, but we see this in every sector. There is monopolization happening in every sector. And one of the things that hasn't been mentioned today is, to much degree, is the rate at which monopolization is a juggernaut that is moving forward. It is going to get worse, inevitably. It's not a static thing. It drives itself. Companies bulk up to defend against Amazon, and consolidation is happening across all sectors. And Jeff Bezos talks about this flywheel, which is, it's composed of different nodes, and you give a little bit of momentum to one node, and that gives momentum to all of them. And it enables this flywheel gets faster and faster. And that's what we're facing. We have to do something about this, or this is going to inevitably get worse. So how do we do something about this? Well, I think the fact that this is happening in so many sectors can be turned into a strength in the sense that there is the potential for building alliances between lots and lots of different kinds of people. And I think that is a monumental task and it will be difficult. But I think we have seen now in Europe, there has been a movement in the United States that's been very, very effective and very successful in really starting to drive not just change in sentiment and a change in understanding of what the problems are and where they come from, but also it has now moved into the policy sphere. I think in Europe, there is the same potential to create such a movement. I think that with the launch of the conference in Berlin that Max was heavily involved in and various other activities that have just started, I think we are able to see now the emergence this year, 2022. It's probably the first emergence of a sort of explicit, coherent anti-monopoly movement in Europe. I think this is now just starting and I hope there's going to be lots more to come, but I think my time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we will come back to this idea of an emerging movement later on, but now we will pass on to Agustin, who works at BEUC, the consumer organization. And BEUC is one of the civil society organizations that have been the most active, the most engaged with competition policy at EU level for years now. So you have quite a lot of experience that is relevant. And yeah, we'd like to hear what the challenges and what the lessons is that you've taken from that experience.
Well, thank you very much, Margarita, and thank you very much to all of you for putting together this extremely interesting and timely event. I think that really shows that there is interest in the civil society to be part of this conversation, something that was not the case before. As you mentioned, indeed, we have some experience in competition law cases, but this didn't happen from one day to the other. So BEUC has turned this year actually 60 years, and we have started already intervening in cases already in the 80s, and has never been easy. At the very beginning, we had to prove that we have a voice in competition law enforcement. And we even had to take the commission to court several times because they didn't want to recognize our standing, something that today has changed dramatically because there is even a presumption that consumer organizations have a standing to participate in competition proceedings that concern goods and services addressed to consumers. But nevertheless, still today, we face situations in which there are parties in a proceeding that do not recognize our standing and my even question. So, for example, in one of the Google cases, where we have been even complainants in the Google Shopping case, when Google appealed before the General Court, and we appealed also to intervene, Google opposed, saying that basically we don't have any standing in this case. And the court actually, the president of the court in an order made a very interesting reasoning about why, in this case, BEUC has standing, but that could be applicable also to other civil society organizations that represent the interest of those customers that are concerned by a given product or services subject to a competition case. So this is something that has been built really on the basis of experience, of cases, participation, engaging constantly, and it's an ongoing work. What is also interesting from our perspective is to see how both the Commission and the courts have been opening up to hear the views of others. So, for example, in the Google Fitbit merger, BEUC intervened as a third party, but in that merger as well, Privacy International and Privacy Organization intervened and got a recognition, got a standing to participate in those cases. And it's, at least from my understanding, the first time that the Privacy Organization participated and managed to get the standing before the European Commission, in this case, in a merger involving products used by consumers, where there was also an important privacy dimension in the acquisition. So, of course, this also shows that by participating in cases, you can also build that standing. Now the Commission is evaluating, for example, the Regulation 1/2003, which is kind of one of the pillars of all antitrust proceedings at European level. And there is also an opportunity, for example, for civil society organizations to be able to have a say and more proactively participate in cases. But one of the things that I would like to mention, and I stop with this, is that it's extremely important when we participate in these conversations to speak the language of the competition community, because that is the way that we're going to be able to get into the conversation, and also how we are not going to be fooled by all the how you say, technocratic language and jargon, but really to be able to speak with them at an equal footing. And at least for us, that has been extremely effective. And both the regulators and the European Commission have always put an ear on our concerns on different cases. Thank you.
Thank you. And might I say that everyone's being great with time, very efficient. And also with the Privacy International case, my understanding is also that they got standing and they also were able to bring in information and data that was simply not available to the European Commission. So they made themselves very useful, and it really had an impact in the assessment, even if we do think that the conclusion was not ideal. But now we'll turn to Audrey, and Audrey will speak about something that has lacked a little bit in this impetus in this area, which is the idea actually taking it outside of Brussels, for instance. So if we're talking about EU competition policy, how do we make sure that it goes outside of the bubble? How do we strategize to ensure that it actually is a tool that is fit for social progress and for social justice?
Thanks, Margarita. So I just want to make 3 brief points about movement building. Firstly, I think we would all agree we need to build the movement to expand from the nucleus where we are. However, we need to think very strategically about how to do that. And Nick, to your point, there's a crossover with lots of other interests. That's absolutely true. Many things that have been mentioned here today are relevant for workers' rights, which Christy obviously articulated so powerfully, but for a whole range of issues from pharma to tech, where lots of civil society groups are working on these issues, but they would never once think of or mention monopoly power, market power, or think of competition law as any part of the solution or the problem. And in order to bring those actors in, there's quite a bit of work to do to make that translation. Speaking the language of the competition community on its own would be a significant job. So one question on a really pragmatic level is, how do we do that and how much do we invest in it? Do we want to bring in human rights, environment, labor, a lot of groups that are not here where the issue is relevant? Many of the ones that are already inside are in this conversation. And I'd go back to a point Tommaso Valetti mentioned this morning, which was, don't hang a lot of things off this. Don't bring in all these other dimensions because it could get confusing. And as a sort of long-time social justice civil society person, I would say that that is my experience of civil society. One of its shortcomings is we hang everything off everything, and then it just becomes one morass of confusion. So if we want to expand the movement, we have to think very strategically about how to do it. And as will be no surprise in this conversation, bigger is not always better. That will bring me to the second point for movement building, which is, what's the objective? What are we actually trying to do and build a movement around? So in this conversation, which has been fantastic today, and I've really learned so much in the space of a short number of hours, but we've talked about competition law and talking to DG Comp and regulation, and that being part of the solution. But then we've also heard very strongly and from a number of people that regulation is compromised, captured, doesn't work, and most of the companies can get around it anyway. And I don't think Christina is still here, but she's made that point several times. That's also, in 25 years of working on corporate power, that's exactly my experience. Civil society groups go down a well-worn track. Do our research, do our advocacy, get on the treadmill, talk to all the policymakers and civil servants whose careers depend on them acting a certain way, get a little bit here, a little bit there, know there's lobbying in the background, wind up with a compromised regulation that'll be poorly enforced. And I'm sorry, but I would say the DMA is an example of that. So what are we really trying to build a movement around? Is it about tweaking regulation, or is it about revolution and shifting the narrative fundamentally on economics? Because they're very different things, and we would have to be on the same page to be powerful and effective in doing it. Johnny Ryan said earlier, the regulators have the power to bang down the doors of the big multinationals in Ireland. Why don't they do it? They don't do it because the government of Ireland wraps itself like a protective blanket around the industry. And anyone who's worked with civil servants will know this is how they have to work if they want to be successful in their job, and we all respond to incentives. So I think I favor revolution and fundamental change, and not wasting time going through the treadmill of trying to get the 5-year thing that, you know, you write in your annual report, look at the success we had, and you know behind the scenes, of course, it was a very hollow success. One final point, supply chains and dependency, European dependency on supply chains and how that was exposed was mentioned earlier. And this is very important for social justice actors to come into a movement like this. If the objective is protecting Europe and its economy and talking about supply chains around the world, there will be significant challenges. Not over China. China is big enough to take care of itself. But Europe, the US, the IMF, and the World Bank have put so many countries around the world into supply chains, recommending that that's how their economy should grow, withholding loans, manipulating economies around the world to be in these supply chains. We figure out it's not good for Europe, and we decide that we're just going to call time on it. There's a massive social justice issue there that is a potential consequence we're not taking account of. And I think if we want to build a social justice-based movement or bring social justice actors in, they will raise that significantly. Thanks, Marguerite.
Thank you. I think it's also a part of the upside of having more civil society voices is that the word revolution enters the chat. And I love to hear it at least. But as Audrey mentioned, and I think it was mentioned throughout the day several times, there is what civil society and what a lot of us in the room will try to do, and we will try to push for change, but we will be met with some challenges and opposition, and particularly from very well-resourced corporate actors and corporate lobbyists. So I think, Max, now we'll try to make the case about why this is a problem and a challenge specifically for competition reform, but maybe how also those things are actually linked.
Yeah, thanks, Margarita, for introducing me. Thanks, everyone, for joining this great event today, which is a next step to form an anti-monopoly movement. I'm fairly optimistic on this one. I want to make 2 brief points. One is monopoly power, market power, and lobby power are 2 parts of the same coin. And the second one is we need to get organized against that and don't leave the field on competition policy of the antitrust establishment to the technocrats. We have to get going there. And there I probably disagree with the other panelists as well. And maybe we can talk about that a bit more. So my first point, as a lobby watchdog organization, we have been observing an imbalance of power quite frequently, actually. So between corporate lobbies and civil society, of course, but also between different companies and with respective power. And there's been increasing evidence, actually, from academic research that shows there's a deep interconnection between concentration and lobby expenses. So that doesn't necessarily mean you have more impact, but it means you have more resources for influencing policy making and the policy institutions. And this is, of course, something which undermines the democratic process. We've been hearing a lot from Paul Tang and others on the impact of monopoly power on social media, right? Which in a way is part of the public sphere and therefore undermines democracy. I think also important, what is undermined by monopoly power is the democratic process, because we have this imbalance in resources. And it's self-perpetuating. The more monopoly power you have, the more you can spend on lobbying, right? And of course, we have the Digital Markets Act as an example, where you had big tech outspending almost everyone else in the round. But I think in this case, you could see that you have, I would say, been rather successful if you look at the lobbying, which has been so imbalanced, right? So I saw a lot of political will here, and maybe
that was part of the strategy of big tech to say, okay, we count on a lack of enforcement, but I guess this battle is not fought yet. So as it was mentioned several times during the day, enforcement of the DMA and other legislation, of course, will and is key. So my second point, very briefly, it's time to get organized. And I'm not sure if it's, as I've been involved in the trade movement in the last 10 years, which was a success in the sense that we moved a very technocratic field of policy making to a public debate, and that we translated technocratic debates into something a general public could understand and support, support civil society causes. That's why I think we have to make sure that we have a really, if we create a movement, that also means translating the technocratic field of competition policy to a wider public. I think this is super crucial.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think that what we've heard so far is that there is an interest from civil society, and there's more and more organizations that are looking into this issue and trying to figure out how we move on from here. But that we are faced with a lot of challenges, from the closeness of the institutions and the process to the technocratic language, which is exclusionary, to the resources of the lobbyists. And maybe I think that Audrey also launched a very good challenge, which is what are we trying to achieve exactly? So maybe now we could just dedicate a few minutes to have some of your comments about how do you think, what is the next steps? How do we go from here? How do we actually move movement? And then maybe if we still have enough time, I would open up to questions from the audience, and it would be a little bit like before, where we just take the first one because we don't have that much time. Is that okay? Shall we start with Audrey? Is it?
Okay, the question is, where do we go next?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we get there? Yeah.
I think we do need to decide, and it's a harder thing to do because we're quite a diverse group of actors. Normally what civil society actors would do is come together and try and think about, well, what are we trying to achieve? Or are we trying to achieve a couple of different things, and how do we tactically work on that? And I think we have to find that space, but I'm not sure we're quite ready for that space yet. But what I was really asking was, what are other people's thoughts? So it's, if we want to go from where we are here and from where Max and others started off, and Nick and Michelle's sort of brought us along on a journey, if we want to go to the next stage, we will quickly, if we start to bring others into the conversation, need to be able to articulate clearly what it is we're trying to do and to understand where they may be coming from. So I'm more interested in what are other people's reactions.
Yeah, maybe Nick.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. I am by background and by temperament a journalist. I'm also, obviously an activist. But I think that one of the things that is very positive about this is that there is an enormous amount of low-hanging fruit out there in terms of narrative, in terms of the story. Because people are, when they think about Facebook, the general public, they're not thinking about monopoly power. They're not thinking about power. Frances Haugen, when the Facebook whistleblower who came out with all these horrifying revelations, and she came out with these recommendations of how we need to fix Facebook. But I would argue that you need to take on its power. That's the first step. If you don't, you'll be operating in the margins of the gravitational pull of a giant. And you need to do something directly about the power. And competition tools is one set of very powerful tools that can be used in that respect. But I think changing people's opinion in the general public from behavior to power, I think, is a doable thing. And it is something that the US movement has been very effective in doing, telling stories about ordinary people and framing it in terms of these people are subjugated by giants, whether it's, the stories that we were hearing on the last panel from Crispin and Lexi were, tremendously powerful anecdotes. These sorts of things, I think, can reach a lot of people. And so I think there is the potential for a very deep change in public opinion here. How how a movement is created, I guess, is a separate but related story. But I think that is one component of it where there is an enormous amount of potential. I think there's a lot of people ready. Friends of mine who have, they thought about this, and you mention this, and they say, oh yeah, this makes sense. And it won't take a lot of work to get people to see things in a different way. I mean, it will take a lot of journalistic work and narrative work, but people are ready for a new story, I think. So there is a lot of potential for really making a difference. Did you want to?
Yes, so sorry. Yeah, I totally agree. The narrative is extremely important, but at the same time, specifically for civil society groups, is case participation, getting into the cases, being able to participate and contribute, and that's what was my point on speaking their same language. Because at the end of the day, at least what we're trying to do is to reclaim the word consumers by participating in cases. And just to give you a very concrete example, in the appeal of the Google Android case, and there basically you have on one side, of course, the commission, defending their case, so that's Google, but also the different intervening parties. We were one of those intervening parties representing the interest of consumers. And on the other side, there were other parties, commercial entities that are basically saying completely the opposite to what we're saying. What was really interesting is that in that case, the court, when they rule, they basically say, if I need to balance the interests of basically the opinions and claims that the different parties are given, on this point that relates specifically to the way somehow consumers behave and the role of the status quo bias in relation to the specific case, I will trust what BEUC is saying, because they represent, a general interest as opposite to the other parties. So this is the way that at least we have been trying to reclaim the word consumer. So for example, I know there is a lot of criticism around this concept of consumer welfare in the US, but for us, when we talk about consumer welfare, it means something completely different. Because for me, the consumer is an individual, is a worker, is a person that is in the marketplace. And as such, deserves to be protected, deserves to be able to vote with his own feet when deciding what to buy, what to purchase, and above all, deserves to be able to participate and have a voice. And that's how, at the end of the day, the consumer movement has been built. So in that regard, I think that is extremely important, at least for our world, to reclaim that word that has been used and misused by the industry for a very long time, in the same way that perhaps it's being used other words like workers, like users, so on and so forth. So I think that in that regard, the narrative needs to be complemented at the same time with this case participation, which is much more technical work, but it's extremely important because like this you set precedents and you can continue building on. Thank you.
Yeah, just two short comments. One is I want to bring in another level. I think it's important not to forget about the member state level. We've been discussing primarily the European level here today, and some states, member states like Germany at the moment, are going for major competition law reforms, which might bring more instruments actually. So the economic ministry in Germany is currently proposing a breakup mechanism after sector investigation, which could be a great step forward for German competition law. And actually, if we have competition among member states to have stricter and structural competition law, that would be actually a big step forward. And it could put pressure up on the Commission also to change its behavior both in terms of maybe pushing for revising the rules, but also for enforcing the rules that they have. That's one point. And the other one is, I wonder if we need a focus like a monopoly that we focus on in our campaigning efforts. And one thing that struck me when we had the workers panel is how many stakeholders are really suffering under Amazon. Amazon is one of those companies that would really fit well for campaigning around it, because so many people are really suffering from what Amazon is doing it. And there's lots of activities, there's cases happening, there's strikes happening. Actually, in Germany 2 days ago, we had strikes in Amazon logistics centers. So I see this could be an interesting focus for civil society to campaign around.
So shall we open to the public? Would anyone like to ask a quick question? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Anybody else want to go exactly the question?
Can I have the microphone? Thank you. Okay, I'll bring the microphone to you.
Thanks so much. That's a fascinating idea. I mean, Google and Facebook always understood that a monopoly could be fragmented by regulation, but that an ideology couldn't. What we're discussing, you know, they've used freedom of speech as a kind of complicated weapon of empire, because it's of value to them, not a value that they uphold, really. So how do we frame the reduction of market power as an ideology? And can we play them at their own game? Can we use their tools, social media, and the original ethic of the internet which was egalitarian democratization, which clearly hasn't manifested itself. It's manifested itself in the opposite. How can we use their tools to spread an ideology so that it goes viral on their own platforms in order to bring down the platforms?
I don't think we have any more time. I have a solution to that. Oh, would you like to give space? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think that was a very interesting idea. And I think the solution is, and that's something we have done in the UK. I also work for the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK, which is you can use influencers. I know it sounds very cheesy, but you can use the Kardashians or something like that. I know it's really sounding ridiculous in this forum, right? But you have no idea how they can influence and how quickly it goes viral. So we can play them in their own game by getting, I mean, the Kardashians, that's just something I say, something more serious than that, of course, but get influencers and get influence around in the world and spread that idea and be on that ideology.
Perfect. Question, okay. I mean, it is an open and democratic panel. Yes.
Against your one question rule. I'd like to pick up Audrey's question because I think it's a really good one. I'm excited to see loads of civil society groups kind of starting to come together around this question. So what are we trying to achieve? And if I can point it a bit, are we in favor of breaking these companies up?
Okay, and it's the last one. I'm gonna make some rules here.
What you were saying, I totally get about the fact. One of the difficulties with so much of the kind of technicality culture is the technicality culture is partly bureaucratic of its nature, but it's also because it's the easiest line of least resistance. It's a process. It gives itself some automatic legitimization. But actually, as you say, most of the time it's marginal at most. And so what do we mean by revolution is a good question. What are we trying to do? What's our objective? And we want to do something which has impact and works. And I think that is where this issue of like, it is actually saying, is the objective then to break up Facebook, to break up Amazon and so forth, so they can't pose these threats anymore. And that isn't like writing a piece of legislation like the DMA, which can be gamed. You can't game being broken up, well, not easily. And so that is the sort of thing that we're looking at. And if you like, it seems to me there's two stages to this. One is to work on effectively an argument for breakup. And the second is, once we've done that, is a broader argument for deconcentration across the economy, to reverse the failure of the last 30 years and require a breakup. And I think I actually have just to finish on a thought which just struck me about this, about how to go about it. The whole kind of energy crisis and also the sense of kind of supply chain risks and the sense that, there is this issue now of resilience, which wasn't recognized before. One of the places to start with deconcentration is to take all your kind of strategic industries and say there must be if you like, a minimum number of players in the marketplace and enforce that in the antitrust regimes at European and national level. if you just do that, just in the strategic industries to start with, you break the whole traditional consumer welfare model. You move to a structural model, at least in the strategic vital industries. And once you've got it there, it can spread. So I think if you ask me what the two things you should go for, one is breakup. And I think it's relatively easy with the big players to argue that anyhow. And there's a huge, this is the other point. There's also a huge positive case you can make. It's not like we need to just beat these evil bastards so that everything is nicer for workers. It actually is great for the economy. You introduce innovation. All experiences with the likes of AT&T, breakup in the US, everything resulted in much more economic innovation and overall growth. So it's a pro-growth, pro-worker argument. It works on both levels. And then we do the strategic, focusing on the strategic element. So I don't know whether you say that would be revolution. It would be revolution, I think, in technical terms, but it's a sort of stuff which works, which isn't this kind of minor technicality twitching, which might be a bit better, but frankly will be gamed.
Okay, last comments, I think, answering questions and last comments.
Thanks. And I think the question was really the right one. So thank you very much for that. I would say, yes, breakup absolutely should be one of the things, and it should be super clear. And then the question is, how loud or soft do you say it in order to achieve your objective? But if breakup is the objective or one of the objectives, what will you hit up against? Every time you try and get it done is going to be the ideology and the narrative, which is why I really agree with Nick. And I mean, the idea of influencers, and you have to also break the ideology, or at least have a positive alternative narrative. And I think your ideas are really, that's where we need to go. What is the positive alternative picture? What's where a change could lead us that sounds good and positive? And why aren't we building that narrative to underpin the arguments for breakup? Because the breakup arguments won't be heard unless you're also making that more fundamental narrative shift. And I think anything that we can brainstorm together that would help that happen, whether it's grassroots, independent, fiercely independent coffee shops, which are springing up all over the place, many of whom would just host little conversations to, all right, not the Kardashians, please, but something, I totally get, but to influencers who reach millions. I think we can think tactically and differently how to achieve this.
We've kind of hit the time, but if you have some very quick comments to finish.
Just very quickly, yes, I think this question of breakups, it is a bit of a taboo word in Brussels. The DMA does envisage breakups, but only as a last resort. Why on earth as a last resort? But these firms like Amazon have massive conflicts of interest, profitable conflicts of interest at the heart of what they do. I see them like crocodiles. You can either put string around the crocodile's mouth and hope that it goes away as a conflict of interest, or you can remove the crocodile altogether. And I think that is a kind of more lasting and more understandable way to deal with these things. I have more comments, but I think we're out of time. So thanks very much.
Just to say that I am happy, actually, that I think that the conversation was as energizing as I thought it was going to be. But it's just the beginning. So we will be around, the speakers will be around, and I think we need to continue this conversation bilaterally in many other conferences. Just approach, talk to each other, and I think we will continue having this discussion for a while. And thank you so much.
Well, I think that's a great way to end the day, which is with the words, "This is just the beginning." And this was a dense conversation. There were a lot of topics we covered, and so there's a vast amount of issues to unpack over the coming years, over the coming weeks, because the other thing we have to remember is that this isn't something that can wait. We actually have to keep the pressure on. We have to keep the movement building. This has to be like something that is done every day. I am thrilled actually to see all of you up here. And I just want to connect two things. One was Audrey's use of the word revolution, which is really what this is. I mean, And it's a the only way that we can actually know that we've won is once we have turned the system upside down. And that's because the system that exists now is designed. It's intellectually designed. It's designed through policy. It's designed through words like consumer, which I actually, the one thing I would disagree with Agustin on is consumer is now so poisoned. It's not a retrievable word. We need to think about citizen. So we turn it upside down and we go from autocracy, because this system is designed to deliver autocracy, to democracy. We go from control to liberty. We go from servile consumer to citizen. We go from subject to master. And this was the point of anti-monopoly in the beginning, as Lisa said earlier today. And this is the point of anti-monopoly going forward. So anyway, look forward to working with all of you. Thank you. Yeah, and actually just want to thank, actually Kat Dill, who a number of you have seen, has done and a lot of folks put, I know Nick put a huge amount of effort into this, and thank all the speakers for coming. It was, I know this is a busy time of year, and you guys have incredibly busy schedules, and getting together is really important. And that's how we're going to actually drive this forward, is by getting together.